2024. We are convening Mayor and Council meeting number 06-24, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. Today we have agenda review by Mr. Danny Winborn. Any changes?
Madam Mayor, there are no changes to the agenda.
Thank you. I will note, just to share with the public, that the agenda now has a notation about if you require language assistance. There's some guidance on what to do. We have city staff available to help. If you would like, they will begin that on April 8th, so please feel free to look at how to get language assistance should you need it. City Manager's report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I am very pleased to report that in the federal FY 2024 appropriations funding bills signed by President Biden on March 9th, 3 of Rockville's pending earmarks were funded. These earmarks totaled more than $2.4 million. Rockville projects funded include $963,000 for interoperable police communication radios and equipment, $500,000 for sewer line rehabilitation, and $959,752 for water main rehabilitation. This first set of bills did not include the Homeland Security bill, which contains 2 additional pending projects for Rockville. We hope by the March 22nd deadline for the bill, we should hear results regarding the pending projects, including $900,000 for Potomac Woods storm drain improvements and $592,500 for improvements in Rockville's Emergency Operations Center. It has been a number of years since Rockville achieved this level of earmark funding. Federal earmarks were reinstated in FY 22 after being banned in FY 11 to FY 2021. I am grateful to the team of staff from the City Manager's Office, Public Works Department, and the Rockville City Police Department who worked collaboratively to secure this significant level of federal funding for Rockville. On behalf of city staff, I would like to also thank members of the Mayor and Council for their advocacy and support for the projects which made these awards possible. Another federal funding victory that will help improve equity and connectivity in our community is a grant secured through the FY 2023 Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods program. Rockville has been awarded $568,000 to evaluate and design a pedestrian and bicycle crossing over rail tracks to reconnect the Twin Brook community with employment areas and retail amenities along Rockville Pike. Special recognition goes to the Department of Public Works and especially Principal Transportation Planner Brian Barnett Woods for securing this grant. Elected officials who represented us on the federal level also helped champion our cause. We thank Congressman Jamie Raskin, Senator Chris Van Hollen, and Senator Ben Cardin for their advocacy in this process. And finally, a programming note: mark your calendars for the 33rd Annual Rockville Science Day on Sunday, April 21st, noon to 5 p.m. at Montgomery College, Rockville campus. Many exhibitors will be there to provide the whole family with an exciting afternoon of STEM learning and exploration. Thank you, and this concludes my report for the evening.
I feel like I wanted to clap during that report. Thank you very much. I know we've been waiting about a year for that. Great news, and it is important because it supports Rockville's infrastructure and public safety. So I want to thank staff for all the work on that. I know I speak on behalf of the entire body. I see a lot of shaking heads. We're proud, we're thrilled, and we appreciate staff for the work on that. I also just wanted to thank staff and my colleagues because we participated in a number of trainings that took a lot of extra hours. And I want to recognize all of you because your dedication is inspiring to me. We did a GARE training on Monday, and then we did an all-day strategic planning retreat this weekend together, Mayor and Council, with senior staff. And it was also an opportunity for our relationships to go closer and to foster a very strong, positive communication and relationship. So I wanted to acknowledge all of you. Thank you for your time, your energy, and we really appreciate staff. I know it took time out of their families and you know, friends and things that they have to do outside of work, and it means a lot to the city. So thank you. Also, just wanted to say thank you for International Night. That was another a point of pride. My colleagues had a great time. I thought it was very well planned, and wanted to acknowledge that. Any other questions or comments on the city manager's report? Okay, well done, thank you. Now we'll move on to proclamations and recognitions. Before, I wanted to share that some people might see there's a different setup today. We are going to be doing a budget work session. So we're doing part of the meeting from the dais, and then when it comes to the work session for agenda item number 11, we'll then move to work session format. So we'll be walking through and slightly out of order in terms of our setup here, but we appreciate everyone's patience and your commitment to testifying either during community forum or the public hearing. Let's move to proclamations.
I know. All right. So I'm up first with Autism Acceptance Month, and actually this is really close to my heart. Autism Speaks is a group that you might have heard of, and they're holding a lobby day in downtown D.C. And one of my friends, a close friend, works for Autism Speaks, and so this is a perfect timing to do this. Let's change the name. It's no longer Autism Awareness Month. It's now Autism Acceptance Month. And I just want to note that important change to the month. So, whereas Autism Acceptance Month is April 2024, and the City of Rockville is honored to take part in the annual observance to raise awareness, to promote autism acceptance, to celebrate each individual's unique differences, and foster inclusivity and connectedness. And whereas autism spectrum disorder is the result of a neurological disorder affecting more than 3 million people and affects 1 in 68 children in the United States. And whereas autism spectrum disorder is estimated to be the fastest growing developmental disability in the United States by the Centers for Disease Control and Autism and Developmental Disabilities Monitoring Network. And whereas there are multiple organizations dedicated to empowering the community and advocating for the needs of individuals with autism and their families, and help to promote awareness and acceptance, including the ARC Montgomery, Main Street, Macomb, Madison House Autism Foundation, and Sunflower Bakery. And whereas the City of Rockville promotes inclusion and recreational programs by involving parents and caregivers in planning that focuses on participant strengths and incorporating program modifications that allow children with autism to share activities and experiences with other participants. And now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Rockville, Maryland, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Autism Acceptance Month in the City of Rockville, Maryland, and we urge everyone to increase their knowledge of the programs that have been and are being developed to support individuals with autism and their families. And I move the proclamation.
Second. It's been moved and seconded by Kate Fulton. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you, Councilmember.
Autism acceptance is more than just awareness. It is about recognizing the inherent value and contributions of autistic individuals, ensuring they and we are supported, included, and celebrated for who they are.
This change is not merely about terminology. It represents an understanding that we, as autistic individuals, are integral and valued members of society. It is about embracing our differences, recognizing our strengths, and supporting each other in a world that acknowledges diversity as not just normal, but essential.
Rockville is home to many organizations that empower individuals on the spectrum and their families on the local and national level, and we are so happy to see several of them represented in this year's proclamation.
On behalf of the Human Rights Commission of the City of Rockville, we graciously accept this proclamation from the Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Oh, you're welcome.
Dr. Melvin next. Councilmember Dr. Miles.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Van Grack. He's a liaison to the Environmental Commission. I'm such a tree hugger, so I'm super amped to read this proclamation. I am wearing my 50th anniversary t-shirt from 2020. I got this from, I think the Environmental Commission gave these out commemorating 50 years. It says, "Make every day Earth Day." With that, Madam Mayor, I will read the proclamation. It begins by saying, whereas the first Earth Day was proclaimed in 1970 to foster public environmental awareness. And whereas Earth Hour, an annual global event organized by the World Wildlife Fund, calls on individuals, governments, and businesses around the world to turn off all non-essential lighting for 1 hour to call attention to climate change and loss of biodiversity. And whereas the City of Rockville supports global and local environmental stewardship and education and will host virtual and in-person events and outdoor volunteer opportunities throughout March, April, and May that promote actions to protect our climate, water, air, forests, and wildlife. And whereas the Mayor and Council approved Rockville's first climate action plan on January 10th, 2022 to equitably reduce greenhouse gas emissions and strengthen resiliency. And whereas the City of Rockville proudly recognizes all who participate in these activities and their contributions to environmental stewardship. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council do hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Earth Month in the City of Rockville, and further proclaim Monday, April 22nd, 2024 as Earth Day, Saturday, March 23rd, 2024 between the hours of 8:30 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. as Earth Hour, and urge all members of the community to take actions to promote a healthy and sustainable environment. With that, Madam Mayor, I move the proclamation.
Councilmember Valeri seconds. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. It is passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dr. Miles, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to accept the proclamation on behalf of the Rockville Environment Commission, its volunteer committees, the city's environment and sustainability staff, and all Rockville residents. We appreciate your support for environmental programs throughout the year and for ensuring adequate resources to implement the climate action plan for the city that was adopted in January 2022. To celebrate Earth Month, Rockville is hosting a variety of activities to promote environmental stewardship, and we invite everyone to visit the website to check out information about those activities. You can go to www.rockvillemaryland.gov/Earth Month for more information. Some of the actions for highlights include turning off non-essential lights to recognize Earth Hour on Saturday, March 23rd from 8:30 to 9:30 p.m., applying for certain environmentally friendly home improvements such as solar panels and electric vehicle charging without needing to pay permitting fees for April 1st through April 28th, and volunteering. There are lots of events and ways to volunteer for environmental programs, including stream cleanups, invasive plant removal, and more. And if you are interested in the activities of the Environment Commission, please visit the Rockville website and check out more information in the Rockville Reports, the Environment and Sustainability newsletter as well for more information. There are openings on the commission. Thank you again for this proclamation and your support for the environment here in Rockville.
Thank you for being here from the Environment Commission. I was just going to echo, if you are thinking about a green project on your home, you may be able to get it done without a permit fee. That's a big deal, and I want to thank this Mayor and Council for supporting that throughout the entire month of April. And then also the city is collaborating with the Green Bank to Montgomery County Green Bank. There are some incentives that they provide to help people go green, as well as HOAs, which I know is sometimes harder to make those transitions happen. So that will be on Wednesday at 4 p.m. at the Rockville Innovation Center. Thank you so much.
I'm actually very honored to read this proclamation. It gave me pause that Every 6 minutes, someone in the U.S. is diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Whereas Parkinson's disease is a chronic, progressive neurological disease and is the second most common neurodegenerative disease in the United States. Whereas Parkinson's disease is estimated to affect approximately 1 million people in the United States, and the prevalence will rise to 1.2 million by 2030. Whereas Parkinson's disease is the 14th leading cause of death in the United States, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and it is estimated that the economic burden of Parkinson's disease is approximately $52 billion annually. Whereas research suggests the cause of Parkinson's disease is a combination of genetic and environmental factors, but the exact cause and progression of the disease is still unknown. And there is no specific test or biomarker for the disease. However, there is promising medical research and new drugs to slow the progression of the disease. Whereas the symptoms of Parkinson's disease vary from person to person and can include tremors, slowness of movement, difficulty with balance, swallowing, chewing, speaking, cognitive impairment, mood disorders, and a variety of other non-motor symptoms. Whereas volunteers, researchers, caregivers, and medical professionals are working to improve the quality of life for persons with Parkinson's disease and their families. Whereas increased research, education, and community support services, such as those provided by the Parkinson's Foundation and other organizations, are needed to find more effective treatment and to provide access to quality care to those living with Parkinson's disease. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of Rockville, Maryland, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Parkinson's Awareness Month in Rockville, Maryland, and call upon all residents to join all communities across the region to understand this disease and support research and efforts to find a cure. I move the proclamation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Jackson. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. I am very honored to be able to read the following proclamation as someone who has worked in public health for the majority of her career and as someone that worked very, very closely with physicians during the COVID-19 public health emergency. Whereas the week of April 1st through 7th, 2024 is National Public Health Week, and the theme is Protecting, Connecting, and Thriving. We are all public health. And whereas since 1995, the American Public Health Association, through its sponsorship of National Public Health Week, has educated the public, policymakers, and public health professionals about issues important to improving the public's health. And whereas public health professionals help communities prevent, prepare for, withstand, and recover from the impact of a full range of health threats, including disease and viral outbreaks, natural disasters, and disasters caused by human activity. And whereas 6 in 10 U.S. adults have a chronic disease and 4 in 10 have 2 or more, and health risks such as alcoholism, obesity, and tobacco use are the primary reason for 7 of every 10 deaths annually in the United States, and 90% of all intoxication deaths that occurred in Maryland were opioid-related. And whereas a recent study of the post-pandemic era has resulted in increased symptoms of anxiety or depressive disorder, and many respondents felt their mental health needs were not being met, and rates of anxiety, depression, and substance abuse use disorder have increased since the beginning of the pandemic. And whereas themes planned for this year's National Public Health Week activities include Monday, civic engagement, Tuesday, healthy neighborhoods, Wednesday, climate change, Thursday, new tools and innovations, Friday, reproductive and sexual health, Saturday, emergency preparedness, and Sunday, the future of public health. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Rockville, Maryland, do hereby proclaim the week of April 1st through 7th, 2024,
as National Public Health Week in Rockville, Maryland, and call upon the residents of Rockville to observe this week by helping our families, friends, neighbors, coworkers, and leaders to better understand the value of public health and supporting great opportunities to adopt preventive lifestyle habits year-round. Madam Mayor, I move the proclamation.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Van Grack. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
So I'm really proud to have this proclamation today and read it, coming from a family of veterans from the United States Navy, United States Army, United States Marines. This proclamation dealing with the Vietnam War means a lot, and I know we have a veteran and a active member who's part of the military here. So Dr. Miles, I'm honored to be able to make this proclamation with regard to those who have served our country with regard to the Vietnam War. Whereas the Vietnam War was one of the most brutal. Over 3 million people were killed during the 20 years it went on, and the National Vietnam War Veterans Day was created to honor all the men and women who fought during this time. And whereas the Vietnam War had a long history, it was one of the longest wars involving America, starting in 1955, the war went on until 1975. And whereas understanding that it wasn't the soldiers' choice to go to war, U.S. Senators Pat Toomey, Republican from Pennsylvania, and Joe Donnelly, Democrat from Indiana, introduced the legislation proposing the anniversary of the withdrawal of military units from South Vietnam as the date. And whereas the National Vietnam War Veterans Day is acknowledged on March 29th every year, honoring anyone who served during its 20-year time. The day was founded in 2017 to finally offer that respect to everyone involved. Since respect and combat support weren't immediately given to those who served after the war ended because of the number of deaths, and whereas we honor those who fought, all branches of the armed forces, and support organizations during the war, the wartime contributions at home, the advancements in technology, science, and medicine, and the contribution of American allies. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Rockville, Maryland, do hereby proclaim March 29th, 2024 as Vietnam War Veterans Day in the city and encourage all community members to honor all war veterans and to thank them for their service. Madam Mayor, I now move for this proclamation.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw is second. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you very much. We'll be moving on to agenda item 6, which is the appointments for boards and commissions. We have several appointments and reappointments to the Human Rights Commission and Human Services Advisory Commission. I will entertain motions. I know folks are just settling on the paper, so. All right, Councilmember Jackson.
I wasn't going to, but I will. I would like to appoint Zachary Huisman, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, to a new appointment to the Human Rights Commission to serve a full 3-year term until March 1st, 2027, as well as appoint Andrew Cady to the Human Rights Commission as well for a new appointment to serve a full 3-year term until April 1st, 2027.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Van Grack. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right, it is unanimous. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Fulton.
Thank you. I'd like to move Scott Mengeiber as a new appointment as an at-large representative to the Human Services Advisory Commission to serve a full 3-year term until April 1st, 2027, as well as Nancy Soshinsky as a new appointment as an at-large member to serve a full 3-year term until April 1st, 2027, as well as Sarah Basehart, new appointment as a caregiver representative to serve a full 3-year term until April 1st, 2027.
Thank you. Were you going to second? All right.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. We'll now move on to community forum. We have several people who are here in person. We have a slightly different setup, so just noting those who are in person, there's a podium at the back there, and staff will be helping to access the mic. We'll be hearing from Brigida Mulligan to start, followed by Roberta Moses.
Good evening. I'm Brigida Mulligan. I live on Lewis Avenue, been in Rockville 65 years. Since this is my first appearance with this new city council, I want to congratulate each of you for your win and the best of luck representing the city of Rockville. Nothing matters but safety. The county has pulled back on supporting police services to Rockville, so we are on our own. Just yesterday, there was a shooting on Rockville Pike, not far from my home. My daughter actually lived in those apartments years ago. Rockville has invested a lot of money in town center, and we have a big development project near my neighborhood. We do not need a broken city. You have already received my official testimony with my priority for a safe community and making up the difference in the loss of Montgomery County Police Services. I will speak on that for the record later at your public hearing. Thank you, Council Member Adam Van Grack, for explaining what is being done to get those revenues to the city from the county. There are many services the city has spent money on in the past that are not my high priorities. With 7 new members on the council, there might be disagreements, but whatever is approved, we, the taxpayers, will be paying for those decisions. I urge you to consider the average Rockville taxpayer's burden with not only the city property taxes, but all the fees the city and the county impose on us. We also pay Maryland state income tax. As a senior, I receive a little reduction, but I still pay more than what I believe my share should be. It is not that we disagree on paying taxes. It is how much and what the money is spent on. We do not need to pay consultants to push DEI on us. Please be fiscally responsible for what funds you approve in the 2025 city budget. It is no easy task to review the city budget, and over the years, the formatting has really changed. I've watched those budgets, and it's confusing and hard to find. What was not changed is the authority that the council has to approve these funds. Please be fiscally responsible, represent us, and good luck. We'll be following you, and see me at the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Roberta Moses.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Roberta Moses, and I'm going to refer to my phone for my notes, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I don't have a printer. So I'm here representing the underprivileged community within the city of Rockville. I am disabled. I am a domestic violence survivor, a human sex trafficking survivor, and I live below the poverty line. So all the odds are against me. So I'm here to talk about rent stability. And I wrote a letter for the retreat you all had this past Saturday. So I'm just going to read it again, but not all of it, because I know you guys got a chance to take a look at it. I ask that you please prioritize rent stabilization at your retreat. I moved fleeing my abuser and had to start all over amidst the confusion and chaos I experienced. When I moved to Rockville, I felt a certain sense of comfort and felt at home after a long time. If at some point I do move into a market price housing, I want the rent to be predictable and affordable for people like myself. I currently stay in an income-based housing. However, 38% of my disability income, which is less than $1,000 a month, is a lot for me to afford for rent. If I am displaced at any point, it will place me in grave danger, due to my disability and vulnerability. Displacement can cause me to be manipulated into being trafficked, abused, and possibly murdered. In addition to rent stabilization, actually skip that, sorry. I do apologize about that. I would like, since the county passed the rent stabilization law, I would like you all to consider passing the rent stabilization law as well before the percentage is increased further to give people such as myself stability. And I do remember that at the retreat, you guys were talking about connecting with the underprivileged community. And well, this is a start, passing the rent stabilization law and to build that trust with us. And also, the place I am living at is actually condemned. So a lot of income-based housing is usually with fault. And at some point, I do want a lot more stability to be able to work and to be able to live in a market price housing, but that is predictable for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Donna Poff, followed by Reverend Jane Wood.
Hi there. I'll be as brief as I can because I know I have only 3 minutes. But for years in the city where we all live, I assume, we've had to take care of other people's ivy that they've planted, and then knowing they were going to move 2 years later. And right now on the top of my hill, I have an overgrowth of ivy. I have paid twice now to have people come out and cut all the stuff on the hill. Now, I'm going to be 70 in a year and 6 months, and I can't afford to keep doing this, and physically I can't keep doing it, okay? We had to do this for my mother and father when we first had the situation arise. A neighbor decided he was going to plant ivy on the hill because he didn't want to take the lawnmower up the hill. He didn't want to hire anybody for a few dollars to cut the hill for him. So instead, he put ivy up there. My father, being a World War II vet and had some disabilities, he called the city, and he got nowhere. And this was 30, 35 years ago. Well, now he's gone. He's deceased. He's in Arlington now with my mother. So in addition to the ivy, we now are dealing with bamboo. I've had to spend my own personal money to keep my neighbor's bamboo from encroaching my property. It's bad enough I have a neighbor who was able to build a shed right up against the fence, and my mother and we never got a notice, a variance notice, so we could give our 2 cents. So but that's another thing. My main concern right now is the bamboo as well as the ivy. I had a neighbor down at the corner. She's Chinese. She planted the bamboo in the front where we all have to turn onto Baltimore Road from Denham Road. That's another issue. And I told her, if you do that, I'm calling the city. And I hate to sound like a Karen, but that's pretty darn dangerous, if you ask me. And I know some of you here can relate to this, but we've got to do something about it. There's got to be an ordinance in place for the ivy and the bamboo. That's it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Reverend Wood.
Good afternoon. I'm here about Martin's Lane. Do you need my address? Reverend Jane Wood, 23 Martins Lane, Rockville. There was a traffic study done several years ago when Chief Tresick was here, and they put on Martins Lane a sign that said, "Stop ahead," which helped the traffic flow. But that sign needs to be refreshed. And there were also crosswalk at Bickford and Martins. Those two crosswalks need to be refreshed. You don't even know that there are crosswalks there on the pavement. So those are my two concerns. The traffic flow was controlled when the stop sign in the pavement was there, and the crosswalks that did help the traffic flow, ease the people not stopping at the traffic signs, and the speeding. It did help, but now it's like open season. They don't stop at the stop signs, and they speed. Those are my two concerns. And I did participate last evening on the bicycle lanes on Martins Lane, so they have my remarks on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Wood. We'll next hear from Kathleen Kleiman, who is speaking on behalf of RPAC.
No, actually not.
Okay.
This is Kathleen Kleiman speaking as a city resident.
Perfect. Thank you. It says RPAC. We will remove that.
Oh, it's related to,
Okay,
but
all right.
not representing. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. No problem.
Okay, last week at the Rockville Pedestrian Advocacy Meeting, a police officer included data that a pedestrian that uses a wheelchair for mobility was struck by a vehicle backing out of a parking place during the month of February. The location was identified as a service road along State Road 355. The on-site identification, the officer determined and reported that a pedestrian in a wheelchair was found at fault for this accident because that pedestrian should have been on a sidewalk or a business walkway instead of what was called a service road. This judgment call is shocking to me. I've spent 4 years on monthly meetings with RPAC and with with a representative from the police department, and 3 years on the Commission for Transportation and Mobility. One of the most common topics that we have discussed is the general lack of compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act on sidewalks and the outright horrible conditions of the pedestrian right-of-way on state roads 355, 28, and 586. If the pedestrian was struck by a vehicle backing out of a parking place, the environment could be judged as a parking lot rather than a service road by any pedestrian or driver themselves. I use this exact same route as a pedestrian for my own safety, as a pedestrian using a wheelchair when traveling between the business enterprises on certain sections of the State Road 355, including this precise address reported in the crash. Furthermore, I tip my hat frequently in commiseration as I pass other pedestrians with wheelchairs. On the call, Councilmember Valeri referred to this judgment outcome as flawed by implicit bias. The officer giving the report indicated that no one was injured, and I interpret this as a suggestion that the event required no further review. Is that wrong? Okay. I do not share that perspective. Every time a pedestrian is struck by a moving vehicle, that event is perceived by the pedestrian as a life-threatening event. I have been struck twice, once in Rockville. I hope that members of City Council share my perception. My recommendations for City Council, these are action items, that City Council should direct the Police Department to provide additional training to traffic officers to include information on the ADA, implicit bias, and particular issues of local pedestrians. 2, City Council should direct RPAC to collaborate with the Police Department in the development of a training module that, in order to focus on the training on local issues for pedestrians. Thank you for your attention today. I have a lot more to say on this topic, and I'll be back.
Thank you very much. Next, we welcome Becky Batt.
Good evening. My name is Becky Batt, and my husband and I have lived in Rockville since 1986. I didn't think I would have to come here tonight to speak to all of you because I assumed that when our new governor was elected, that he would quickly put an end to former Governor Hogan's plan to widen 495 and 270 and add luxury toll lanes. I was wrong. The plan is still going forward. Recently, all of us learned that Maryland is facing a severe budgetary crisis. However, the current administration is cutting back on commuter bus routes while continuing to earmark the money to widen the highways. Why is that a bad idea? One, it would be very expensive. Two, it's inequitable. How many people could pay at least $5 a mile to drive on lower 270? Third, it would be extremely destructive to our environment, including our trees, parks, schoolyards, neighborhoods. It would increase air pollution, noise pollution, and water pollution. And it's the wrong approach for the future of our state. We need to make public transit better meet our needs and decrease greenhouse gases. I live very near the West Montgomery Avenue exit from 270. The highway there is 14 lanes wide. 14. Why would anyone consider widening it? The previous mayor and council really got it. They understood that Hogan's plan would be a major mistake for us. And I sincerely hope that all of you also get it and will work to protect Rockville and Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Gallant.
Hi, and thank you. I'm here representing don'twiden270.org. We in the city and the county and the state are so fortunate that you, Mayor Ashton, are a voting member of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Transportation Planning Board, the TPB for short. The TPB is meeting this Thursday to talk about the Regional Visualized 2050 Transportation Plan, which will be voted on in May. Unfortunately, expanding express toll lanes is one of the TPB's priority strategies. As of this morning, the TPB website showed 4 different toll lane efforts targeted at 495 and 270. I'll start with the less well-known ones. First, private express toll lanes from Virginia across the Wilson Bridge to Oxon Hill in Maryland. Next, this unwelcome surprise likely posted in error, toll lanes from Old Georgetown Road to the Baltimore-Washington Parkway in Prince George's County. Third, toll lanes on Upper 270 to 70 North. And this, express toll lanes from the American Legion Bridge to I-370. That last one puts toll lanes on 270 right through Rockville, despite MDOT's vague words about de-emphasizing lower 270. Even if some of these 4 campaigns are modified or retracted as mistaken postings, the detailed scheduling and cost information would have come from MDOT. The Moore administration is picking up Larry Hogan's toll lane plan with the harms and inequities intact. We don't know what MDOT will ultimately do or where the money will come from. The Moore administration itself may not know, but they're currently using scarce taxpayer dollars to keep the toll lane project alive. Under Mayor Newton and the previous council, Rockville forcefully opposed the toll lane plan at the TPB and championed the public interest. Our Rockville Coalition, as well as our statewide coalition of advocacy organizations, civic and grassroots groups, and elected allies, look to you, Mayor Ashton, and this strong council for ongoing leadership on this issue. You have a major opportunity to impact the future of this misguided project. At Thursday's TPB meeting, we urge you to show participants that Rockville is as opposed as ever to the toll lanes. Tell the TPB to reject the Hogan-era toll lane plan. It is inequitable, environmentally destructive, and will harm the majority of people and communities it touches. We will support you in any way we can. Thank you for all of you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a virtual participant by the name of Deborah Moore. Ms. Moore, if you're on, please speak.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Deborah Moore, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak on the budget as it pertains to caregiving organizations and agencies for the upcoming year. Although I'm honored and blessed to serve as a consumer representative on the Human Services Advisory Commission, this evening I am speaking to you as a citizen of Rockville. Usually when I give testimony, I try to give a narrative themed on examples that hopefully contain statistically driven information. This evening, I just want to state the obvious because sometimes what is considered obvious can be profound. The need for robust, generous funding for caregivers in the Rockville community is paramount. I'm respectfully aware of the need for data-driven information to inform which dollars should go where. But I'm also aware that data that drives this information are based on people, of which I am one person of many. Data are valuable tools. However, the 4-year-old in pre-kindergarten who will have a better, more productive day of learning in school because of a nutritious breakfast early in the day could care less about data. All she knows is that she feels better, her learning level will be better, and her life is better because she had a good breakfast to start the day. And that increased food security that she has is there because of Manna, a caregiver. Again, I get the need to acquire and analyze information to ensure that dollars are spent in the most appropriate and advantageous ways. But I also appreciate that one of the highest ways these dollars can be spent appropriately and advantageously is in the funding of organizations and agencies that benefit those of our community who need assistance in living the positive life that so many of us take for granted. I wish to thank this body for its demonstration of the high importance it places on the funding of our caregivers and look forward to their generous advocacy continuing in funding for this year's budget. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. That concludes those who have signed up in advance. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Thank you. I know we were taking copious notes on all the comments that you have shared. We appreciate all of your heartfelt testimony, and we'll be following up as well as working with staff to make sure that we're considering these issues. Thank you very much. Next, we have several consent agenda items. I will first ask my colleagues, are there any consent agenda items that you would like to pull for discussion? Okay. All right. For transparency for the public, I'll just give a quick summary on what we are approving here today. There are several. Consent agenda item 9A speaks to an engineering design services contract for the Rockville Water Treatment Plant. Item B is authorizing the city manager to work on a rider contract which would support industrial and building supplies with related equipment. Item C speaks to a collective bargaining agreement with Local 1453 the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees. Item D will be supporting or allowing the city manager to execute a rider agreement for the purchase of Microsoft Windows Server Data Center licenses. Item E would speak to the voluntary rent guidelines and notice requirements on rent increases. Item F, Community Development Block Grant, which actually supports in helping some of our organizations help people with community service needs, supporting housing, etc. Item G is a contract agreement authorizing a CDBG subgrantee contract. Item H is a rider agreement for various hardware, software, support, and professional services. And item I is the award of a contract to support a duty dump truck with snowplow and material spreader for snow removal and hauling debris. And we also have the approval of minutes. If you'd like to see any of these items, they are available online. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Councilmember Valeri.
I move that we approve the consent agenda items. Did you want to do the minutes separately? Or just A? Okay.
All A through J.
Gotcha. I move that we adopt from the consent agenda items A through J.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve consent agenda items A through J. Do I hear a second? Councilmember Van Grack.
I second.
Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have our budget public hearing, and this is a time where the community may share input on our budget process. We have several members of the community and organizations signed up to speak, and we're getting more as we move on, but I'm going to at least call the city staff to be able to present a quick update to us. I see Kim Francesco and who's going to do the presenting? If I could just...
Mr. Chambers will take the presentation.
Mr. Chambers, thank you. We'll hear from a presentation, and then we'll move into the public hearing. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is our second public hearing scheduled for the FY 2025 Operating and Capital Improvements Program budgets. The goal of this public hearing is to give community members a chance to provide input and speak to their priorities as they relate to the FY 2025 budget. The third and final public hearing will be held on April 8th. Before we begin, I would like to call your attention to the materials in your packet, beginning with a summary of results from our Community Budget Priorities Survey as of February 29th. Now, this is actually a little exciting that we noticed today. As of the end of February, we've received 777 responses to the survey, which you will see in your packet starting on page 777. So we have lucky number 7 for tonight with our 7-member body. I think it's a good omen. So you will also see a summary of all oral and written testimony beginning on page 835 of your packet. We had a big packet tonight. And the written public testimony exhibits themselves starting on packet page 838. These testimony exhibits also include the responses to our Propose a Project process earlier in the year, in which community groups and individuals were invited to submit project proposals for the FY 2025 process. We ask that the Mayor and Council proceed with this public hearing and keep the budget public record open through April 12, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to reiterate what you said, the budget survey is still open. If you'd like to share responses, you can go to City of Rockville Budget and fill out that survey. It's available in multiple languages. And the next public hearing is April 8th. So you can still come up and speak to Mayor and Council. Councilman Van Grack.
Just one question to clarification, and I know we're encouraging everybody to give their comments as soon as possible, but you said April 12th. Does that mean that they can comment on April 12th and provide written comments, or it must be before April 12th?
So the survey will stay open through the end of the day of April 12th, and then it'll close. So you have all day April 12th, and then if it's the 13th.
Okay, so they can submit comments or do the survey up into and including April 12th.
Exactly.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So Budget hearing April 8th. Submit any email comments or do the budget survey through April 12th, end of day. Thank you. All right, I'm so thankful that we have many interested participants here to share their feedback with us. And I will also note the mayor and council is also digesting the budget. I want to thank my colleagues for sending so many questions and working with staff to really understand and be responsive to what we're seeing in the community surveys and the community projects and what we're hearing out among residents and stakeholders. Our first person speaking today is the chair of the Culture Arts Commission, Karen Askin. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Karen Askin. I chair the city's Cultural Arts Commission. Beginning in 2018, the CAC recognized the need for a new and comprehensive approach to the arts in Rockville, one that focuses not just on expanding our collection of public art, but a plan that weaves economic growth, community engagement, public-private partnerships, and city planning all together. The CAC understands your stated budget priorities for the next fiscal year, and as citizens, we support the need to have a safe community with adequate policing and firefighting capabilities. We also understand that when funding choices pit the arts against public safety, housing, or the environment, the arts always lose. And we would argue that a vibrant, engaging, inclusive approach to the arts is so much more than just funding public art. Our literature, symphonies, architecture, and visual arts represent the human experience and as such are fundamental to each of us. The arts give voice to those who are often not heard. It makes the concept of the other less scary. It encourages conversations about important issues and educates all of us about the richness that comes from living in such a diverse community. Tonight, I don't know whether you've gotten them yet, but I gifted you all with, yep, you got them, with two important studies about the arts for those of you looking for a little light reading at night. But in all seriousness, I believe that these two documents can explain where we have been, where we hope to go, and why the arts deserve funding. The Americans for the Arts report is an economic and social impact study of the nation's nonprofit arts and culture industries. By every measure, the numbers are impressive. Reno Mayor Hillary Shive summed it up best when she said, "Mayors understand the connection between arts and city revenues. Art activities create thousands of direct and indirect jobs and generate billions in government and business revenues. But more importantly, the arts make our cities destinations for tourists, help attract and retain businesses, and play an important role in the economic revitalization of cities and the vibrancy of our neighborhoods." The second gift I had for you is the study of arts and culture in Rockville, which was a snapshot of the arts landscape in 2019. The consensus among the stakeholders was clear. A change in strategy, approach, and investment was necessary. The first and most critical step towards this new approach was the recommendation that the city establish an Office of Arts and Culture, followed by the hiring of a full-time professional level administrator. We were incredibly gratified when the city hired Corinne Miller as its first arts, culture, and history program manager. Ms. Miller has focused on administering the city's 3 public art programs while creating processes and procedures that support good stewardship of our collection, updating implementation plans, and meeting communities where they are in their neighborhoods. What this new position doesn't have is time for strategic planning. We saw the creation of this position as a first step with an eye towards creating a new arts and culture plan. We had fervently hoped that an additional staff position would be included in this year's proposed budget, and were disappointed that the position was not included. Therefore, tonight we are asking that you support this additional position and add it to the budget. We ask that if you determine that this new position is not feasible, that you support city funding to hire a consultant to lead development of a new cultural plan, long, long overdue. One that would be based on the community values and promote economic growth and vitality. The study of arts and culture posed an overarching question to be answered by the city government, and that was the city prepared to take bold steps to craft a vision for cultural development? My question to each of you tonight is, are you bold enough to answer that question in the affirmative? I'll be back in April to talk about the actual projects that we look forward to. I really hope you read it. It's good.
Thank you. Would you mind leaving another one of those copies? We're missing 2.
How many do you need?
2, if you have them. If not, we'll find ways to make other copies.
No.
And if you could
I don't
pass
want
it.
to be killing any more for you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to leave you more than that.
Much appreciated. All right, we now welcome back Ms. Brigida Mulligan.
Yes, for the official record, I guess I have to read this, and I'm doing this for my friends who don't do email. You know, I'm a senior, a lot of them don't do emails or text, so I'll read it even though you have received it, but I'm doing it for the citizens. This testimony is to request, oh, by the way, I'm Brigida Mulligan. I live in Lewis Avenue. I've been here for 59 years, longer than some of you are at age. You're younger than that. This testimony is to request that you keep our community safe and make safety the biggest priority. Ensuring public safety is one of the primary reasons for our local government. Additionally, I understand that the county has dropped police services to the city of Rockville, and now there is a need to make up the difference. Moreover, the city of Rockville and Montgomery County are experiencing a surge in crime. It is a national problem that is getting worse each day. That is not the time to cut back on public safety. The taxpayers expect to get everything for the taxes paid. I am very concerned about my safety since I heard the FBI director warn of a wide array of dangerous threats. This is an issue our Rockville Police Department needs to be aware of. As our city elected officials, you need to make sure our police officers are given the funding and the support necessary to perform the oath of their office. We also don't need to have our police hands tied. Please make sure that the 2025 City of Rockville budget includes the required officers and the increased salaries for the Rockville Police Department. We need to be commensurate with other jurisdictions in salaries to maintain what we have. Please ensure we recruit and retain the best and the brightest officers. The Rockville Police Department budget needs to increase with a reasonable salary and additional officers to make us Rockville taxpayers feel we are making this a priority over our programs. Thank you for serving our community, and please keep our taxes and fees reasonable. And I want to add something I didn't put in here, and that is that I always try to find numbers, and that budget is so huge, and I have not been able to find just a section that says how many positions we have, what it cost last year, how many positions are proposed, what are you going to approve. Anyway, if somebody can email me the section of the budget so I could kind of like just see summation instead of the spreadsheet that I looked at had lines. So it's an interest I have as a budget person, so I hope I can get that from one of you all, or hope you get it. So thank you so much, and I know budget's the biggest issue. And try to say no to some things that we don't need in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to note, we will be sharing information and talking about police, just to make sure there's clarity and information on what is happening. We'll be discussing that during the piece, so please feel free to tune in for later in the discussion where we can talk more about what we're doing.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Is that tonight?
Yes.
After everybody speaks?
Yes. Welcome, Jake Jacobek.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jake Jacobek, and I live at 319 Grandin Avenue in Croydon Park. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Rockville Bicycle Advisory Committee. The Rockville Bicycle Advisory Committee has discussed its budget priorities for the budget year 2025 and presents three major projects listed below. I will be speaking on one of them. First, we would like to commend the City Council for its efforts in making Rockville a cycling-friendly city. In the past 2 years, major Safe Streets initiatives have come to fruition, the most significant of which is the Town Center Complete Streets project. It is now much safer for cyclists, pedestrians, and motorists moving along North Washington Street and Middle Lane. The other project that's come to fruition is Maryland Avenue, which we have seen the data and the city's presented it. We have seen that the bike lanes were added, the streetscape was changed, and as a result, average speeds dropped and safety increased. Personally, I feel much safer riding my bike on Middle Lane and North Washington Avenue. It's great. I've ridden through the town center a bunch of times, going to places, the library, wherever, and it's so nice. I was followed by a gentleman on a bike share yesterday, which is pretty cool. When I walk along Washington Avenue, or Washington Street, sorry, it's clear that motor vehicle speeds are slower. It feels much more comfortable walking up and down the street. I look forward to seeing the city data that comes out and that'll codify these observations. In the end, Rockville appreciates the efforts of the council as well as those of city staff. Our most pressing budget priorities for fiscal year 2025 are increasing funding for feasibility studies for additional complete streets projects, item TD21 in the draft budget, increasing the number of capital bike share stations in densely populated residential areas of the city, and funding train the trainer classes for Rockville city staff to be able to implement youth cycling programs. My colleagues from the Rockville Bicycle Advisory Committee will speak on the topics of bike share and youth cycling. Feasibility studies are key to fulfilling the goals set out in the Vision Zero plan, the Complete Streets Policy, and the Bikeway Master Plan. Feasibility studies lay the foundation to carry out important high-priority bicycle projects. These projects are often on roads that are the backbones for our transportation system, such as North Washington Street and Middle Lane. Examples of critical streets where feasibility studies for protected bike lanes include Research Avenue Shared Use Bike Path, Maryvale Park to Redgate Park, Chapman Avenue Bike Lane from Twin Brook Parkway to the city border. This particular one would serve a connection outside the city. There is a proposal for a Fortune Terrace bike lane from 7 Locks Road to Park Potomac, which would make that area more accessible to people. And finally, the Carl Hen Millennium Trail to Yale Place connection. That's a connection that's there right now, but it's in pretty bad shape, not entirely straight, and could definitely use some improvement. These studies are particularly important now because the city has completed much of the low-hanging fruit in the Bikeway Master Plan, and the remaining high-priority streets are potentially more costly and require careful analysis. For example, some of these projects may involve removing parking and other things. In the interest of time, I will thank you for your time today, Madam Mayor and City Council. I look forward to hearing deliberations.
Thank you very much.
All right, just a reminder that you have 3 minutes to testify, and we welcome Olivia Bobrowski.
Hello, good evening. My name is Olivia Bobrowski, and I live in Twin Brook. I'm speaking today to encourage you to support RBAC's proposal to expand the capital bike share system in Rockville. Bike share is an increasingly popular way to get around. Usage of the capital bike share system hit an all-time high in 2023, and jurisdictions across the DMV are investing in new stations. Bike share is so popular because it makes biking easy. The bikes are cruisers, which means they're comfortable to ride and easy to balance, and many are now electric. I've used bike share myself when I haven't owned my own bike or when I haven't had a good place to store or park my bike. I've used bike share to run errands, to get to work, and just for fun or an exercise. Over the years, I've ridden more than 800 miles in short local trips on bike share. But I'm sad to say I have ridden 0 miles on bike share in Rockville since moving here in 2022. Now, plenty of other people are riding bike share bikes in Rockville. There are thousands of trips on the Rockville bike share system each year. And I would love to be one of those people if only there were bike share stations anywhere near my home. But there aren't any bike share stations in Twin Brook. There is just one on the west side of the Twin Brook Metro, designed to connect people who get off at that metro stop to the west side of Rockville, away from the Twin Brook neighborhood east of the tracks. I think we should expand bike share in Rockville, and we should start with new stations in Twin Brook. Twin Brook is a DOT historically disadvantaged community and a Montgomery County equity focus area. my neighbors and I deserve access to the Rockville bike share network. The city could start by purchasing 5 new stations. This would link Twinbrook residents to the bike share system in half-mile increments, stretching from the east side of the Twinbrook Metro to Rockville High School, with key stops along the way, such as the Twinbrook Recreation Center and the Twinbrook Shopping Center. The stations are movable, so we could test new locations and adjust as needed. The total cost to fund 5 new stations for 5 years would be about $464,000. Capital bike share costs are funded by Montgomery County in partnership with local jurisdictions, but the county is not currently funding new stations, so this makes it incumbent on the city of Rockville to fund new stations to improve our bike share network. I encourage you to consider this an investment in accessible public transit for Rockville residents. Rides on bike share bikes cost less than rides on the dockless scooters and bikes owned by for-profit companies. Capital Bike Share also offers free memberships for low-income residents. So Capital Bike Share makes bicycling more accessible to residents and supports Rockville's justice, equity, and inclusion goals. Lastly, bike share usage is shown to reduce car trips, which makes roads safer for everyone. This aligns with Rockville's Vision Zero initiative, and it aligns with the city's Bikeway Master Plan and Climate Action Plan. Thank you for considering this investment in equitable transportation for our community.
Thank you very much. Next, we welcome Linda Honberg, followed by David Hill.
Good evening. My name is Linda Homburg. I'm also on the Rockville Bike Advisory Committee. I'm a 30-year resident. I'm very proud. I also bike for recreation, errands, and when I used to work to go to my office. I also live on a street where there are 3 schools, and I often think, why aren't there more young people biking around? And when I do see young people biking, they're often not biking safely, mostly without a helmet. I think we would all agree that biking has immense physical, emotional, and mental health benefits for youth. It fosters independence by providing a way for children to access their schools, their friends, stores, other places in their neighborhoods and in the city. But to truly make bicycle education accessible to all youth in Rockville, we need a sustainable youth bicycle education program. RBAC proposes that the city support a Train the Trainer workshop for City of Rockville recreation and park staff, and they would in turn to run classes for youth cycling. The city's Park and Recreation Department could offer such a program for elementary school students through after-school programs, summer camps, or at community centers. The cost for training 5 staff members is approximately $3,000. It would include training modules that cover beginner, intermediate, and advanced riding skills, along with the traffic safety curriculum. These 5 staff members would then be able to train other staff, including seasonal staff at the summer programs. As a model, the Washington Area Bicyclists Association already offers a full-day Train the Trainer workshop for staff who work with youth in the DC area. It is based on their experiences training physical education teachers in the DC public schools, which teaches every 2nd grader how to ride a bike. It is our vision that the Rockville training could act as a pilot program for a program in Montgomery County Public School System. It is well known that children are a particularly vulnerable group of cyclists, and the bicycle community is increasingly acknowledging the importance of youth bike education. In its assessment of Rockville's most recent bicycle-friendly communities application, the League of American Bicyclists noted Rockville's lack of youth education as a weak point. On behalf of all the children in Rockville, RBAC urges you to support this budget request for a youth training curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, David Hill.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm David Hill, President of the Rockville Sister City Corporation, speaking on behalf of the same. I'm also a resident on Bell Avenue. The Sister City Corporation had asked for a community organization grant this year. Mostly since our organization is asking for city funds, someone should stand up and ask you, the ultimate deciders of this, for that grant. Since our SCC now uses the community grant process, this is a shift from the funding method for the organization, while mostly the same ask of the city to support the Sister City program via the Sister City Corporation on an annual basis. This is among discussion points we hope to have in some commission presentation with the MNC this year. Our request has three parts. First is cost coverage consideration for the use of major city facilities such as the theater or Glenview for public events. Second is a contribution to the cost of the Bubble Tea Festival. And the third is an ask for a city contribution to renewed student exchange trips. Sorry, lost my place. When reading through the budget survey comments, I noted a number of comments about continuing or extending city public events. Our city facility use and events such as the Lantern Festival and hosting the Bubble Tea Festival in Town Center are precisely such city events that I take it are referred to. While our ask for the contribution to the student exchange costs can fit in the category of supporting youth programs. By the numbers, we did ask for an increase in city contribution, something we have not done since before COVID, and the amount is an 11% change. I note in the subject fiscal year, this ask amounts to less than 20% of expected Sister City Corporation expenditures, and that is not counting monetizing volunteer labor hours in our total budget estimate. RSCC remains a very good deal for the city on a budget basis. For the first time, we ask essentially for a cost of living adjustment for the Bubble Tea Festival contribution. I mentioned the cost of holding public events in the city for nonprofits has gone up much faster than inflation or this increase, a discussion for another time. The student exchange contribution is back in our ask. It hasn't been present since 2019, which was the last time we did a student exchange since COVID shut down that activity generally. The city contribution is roughly 5% of the projected cost for that student exchange. I do wish to relate to you that the Bubble Tea Festival at Rockville has become a marquee event for the Asian community and is recognized abroad as well. In fact, emblematic of this is that former TECRO representative Tsao, who attended multiply and spoke at the festival when she was there, is now the vice president-elect of Taiwan. This event is the largest Taiwanese cultural gathering in the Mid-Atlantic region and is only eclipsed by a few mega-city gatherings in the United States. Among its cultural audiences puts Rockville on the map of their awareness. In conclusion, thank you for considering the RSCC grant this year for fiscal 25.
Thank you very much. Now we welcome Mr. Eric Bernard, President of the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department. After that, we will take anyone who has not signed up in advance. Oh, well, actually, I have Diane Britz after that. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I bring a little army with us. My name is Eric Bernard. I'm the president of the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department, and with me I have our Fire Chief Craig Lazar, online our First Deputy Chief Chris Hine, and we have board members and also Chief Russell Dawson, Dr. Diana Houston, Tom Cavanaugh, Tom Musgrove, Elan Pankoff is watching, Andrew Pennington, Paul Quigley, our Vice President, Ian Weston, Treasurer Mark Livingstone. We represent the Volunteer Fire Department here in Rockville. Just let me give you a little bit of information. You have our ask. Let me tell you who we are. We have over 356 volunteers serving. We're almost 40% female, 44% minority. We speak 15 different languages, and our members range in age of 14 into their mid-80s. We have members attending United States Naval Academy to all area universities, colleges, and many high schools. We have 5 members currently in medical school, several in nursing school, and 6 in physician assistance training. We are business persons to bus drivers. We're plumbers to pet walkers, CPAs to PAs. Our department here before you tonight represents the best of Rockville and Montgomery County. We are truly fellow residents serving others. Our members last year provided over 117,000 hours of staffing at no cost. We had 19 members serve over 1,000 hours riding apparatus. We ran almost 49,000 responses. 252 members responded to at least one call last year. The grand total of hours that we provided in Rockville was 115,000 hours. We truly are public safety. We're inexpensive, and we are partners to you, the city. we have several asks for you to help us purchase new equipment. The cost of an ambulance has almost doubled in the last 5 years. The heavy apparatus, the large fire trucks that you see, cost over $1.5 million. An ambulance today that we're looking to purchase tonight, 2 of them, are almost $400,000 each. We do that with volunteer donated funds, with grants, and hopefully help from the city. What this does for us is help us to prevent cancer, to keep our members safe, to give them the best equipment that we can provide to the citizens. I'd just like to highlight one of the members here tonight that rides that ambulance. She is riding it tonight, except for being at this meeting. Dr. Diana Hustis has a PhD in quantitative biology. We can talk a little bit about what that is. She serves at the State Department for over 10 years and has been at Rockville for 8 years. Tonight is her duty night. So in addition to serving on the board of directors at no pay, riding the ambulance at no pay, she has a day job. We want to give our volunteers the best equipment possible. So we're asking for the city to consider helping us to purchase a new chief's vehicle for one of our 8 chiefs or one of the 2 new ambulances. An ambulance order today will not arrive for 24 to 28 months. In that, we have hundreds of hours of planning to develop that ambulance to match the needs for the residents of Rockville and our volunteers. So we want to thank you for partnering, considering our requests. We invite each of you to come do a ride along with us. Many of you have been with us just this weekend. We had Barry out with us and with our chief. He got to see a few calls. He got to respond with the lights and sirens to a box alarm all the way down to Chevy Chase, which one of our stations was due at. And he got to see the camaraderie between the volunteers and the career firefighters from Montgomery County. And we all work side by side at Rockville at 4 workstations, 4 firehouses, 2 of which are in the city limits. So your Rockville Volunteer Fire Department asks you to please assist us in any way, shape, or form. We've supplied all the data that you need, and as these projects progress and the plans are built, we would certainly share all that with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Bernard, and I appreciate all the volunteer hours and have seen your board at work, so I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. All right, we have some folks who have signed up here. Diane Britz, followed by Svetlana Arshansky. Okay. We have 2 virtual participants, Deborah Moore and then Drexel Smothers. Ms. Moore, you may speak if you're still on.
Mayor, Ms. Moore has left, but Mr. Smothers is on.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Smothers. Mr. Smothers, if you are out in the WebEx universe, please feel free to speak. If not, we can follow up with written commentary.
He's not responding.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak? All right. Thank you very much. Well, that concludes our public hearing for today. As a reminder, April 8th is another time to come in person and testify. We appreciate everyone who's come out today and all the comments in community forum as well as the budget public hearing. Don't forget April 8th, as well as feel free to send us emails through April 12th and fill out that budget survey. We are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back in a work session format. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Today is still March 18th, 2024, and we are reconvening Mayor and Council meeting number 6-24. We'll be moving over to agenda item 11, introduction, discussion, and instruction, possible adoption. And we're going to be talking about an ordinance to amend Ordinance 18-23 to appropriate funds and levy taxes for fiscal year 2024, budget amendment number 3. Welcome to our finance staff. We'll be hearing from Ms. Kim Francisco.
I will turn this over to Ms. Mary Sue Martin to lead this.
Thank you, Mary Sue Martin.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This is the third budget amendment for FY24. Your packet tonight includes the budget amendment ordinance that's recommended for introduction and possible adoption tonight. That's your attachment A. The details of this amendment are on attachment B and explained further in the body of the staff report. And the second quarter FY24 financial report is on your attachment C. For the general fund, this amendment recognizes the funding agreement with Montgomery County related to the hiring of 6 additional police officers needed in response to the county's decrease in police services within the city, the FTE authorization for those 6 additional officers, additional revenue and expenditures associated with an uptick in red light camera citations, funds to replace police radio equipment and advance the replacement of an essential public works vehicle, a decrease in estimated electricity costs to correct a utility consultant's overestimation, a transfer to the CIP, which is partially supported by general fund reserves to support the Maintenance and Emergency Operations CIP project, and adjustments for grants and recreation programming above the current budget. After this amendment was prepared, the city did receive news of a federal earmark approved for the police radio replacement, which will fund $963,000 of that police radio replacement project. So that's great news. Staff plans to recognize that funding source on the next budget amendment, which is currently planned for May 6th. Adjustments in the Restricted Special Activities Fund are recommended for the Farmers Market Eat Fresh program, Rec Fund scholarships, Rockcrest Ballet floor replacement, and cable TV station equipment. These adjustments are all supported by either increased revenues or existing reserves, which can only be used for their designated programs. Water fund operating adjustments include consultant funds needed to comply with the EPA's lead and copper rule revision and additional funds needed for chemicals used at the city's water treatment plant, supported by a decrease in water fund electricity and the use of reserves. In the CIP budget, capital projects fund adjustments include the recognition of grant funds within the pedestrian and bicycle safety CIP project and additional funding needed to complete the Phase 1A and 1B renovations at 6 Taft Court, which includes all 3 floors of the north wing as well as the atrium and fitness room. If this amendment is adopted, the total appropriated by fund would change as shown on the budget ordinance in attachment A. Tonight, staff recommends that the mayor and council introduce the ordinance, waive the layover period, and adopt the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know many of my colleagues have sent several questions in advance and have been working to better understand everything under this. I also just wanted to note, given some of the questions we have received, that there is the amendment to add 6 positions for the Rockville City Police Department. As you may have heard, the county, due to staffing shortages, has had to pull some of their officers out of Rockville. The City of Rockville officers have been responding and handling additional calls since November 2024. Just wanted to thank all of the officers who have been doing so. We were very fortunate to get an FY24 budget amendment. This entire council was fully supportive of pushing and getting that done with the county. I testified to the county council on the public safety committee, and they did approve the funds for us to get for FY24. We also have seen that the county executive has put in his budget for FY25 continued funding for the 6 officers plus the previous tax duplication support that we negotiated about 2 years ago. We are still working closely to push to make sure that we get adequate reimbursement for police, because we know the cost of policing has gone up. And that is something that we'll be meeting with county council members tomorrow as part of the MML meet and confer, an ongoing advocacy by the city of Rockville. Our entire council unanimously has been talking about support for this. We were participating in the budget hearing process. So I just wanted to know we are funding 6 officers. We have added a number of things that I'll ask Mr. Simoneau and the chief just to share what we have been doing to make sure that we are fully supporting our police and making sure that we are addressing this shift from the county to make sure that the city is providing the appropriate level of support for safety in our community. Mr. Simoneau, did you have anything else you want to share on what the city of Rockville has been doing?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I shared with the mayor and council in December an email that outlined 7 points of what we were doing to deal with police recruitment and retention. One of them has already been mentioned, the hiring of 6 additional police officers, and of course in December that was still well in front of us, but now it's a reality because the county has passed that. And tonight you have the opportunity to do a budget amendment to do so, and immediately Chief Brito and his staff will be allowed to recruit for those 6 additional officers. Additionally, we're bringing back to the mayor and council language to finalize the DROP program, Deferred Retirement Option Program for police employees. And the main objective of the DROP program is to encourage police officers to continue working instead of retiring in order to maintain critical staffing levels and to assist with succession planning. So that's the second one. Third one is the final average earnings for police pensions, and the recommendation was to reduce that from 60 months to 36 months, providing another benefit for police officers, slightly increased benefits, and that the associated cost of the change to reduce the final average earnings would be borne by the city, not by the employees. That is also coming back to you for final action shortly. Number 4 was salary adjustments. These were mid-year salary adjustments effective 1 January or so of 1 January 2024. And it basically, there were three basic sub-tiers of the salary adjustments. One is that we'd hire new police officers with no experience at step 2 on the pay scale instead of step 1, so that's an increase. Secondly, we would hire lateral police officers somewhere between step 2 and step 7, and this was expanded now from what we previously did based upon their experience. And finally, to provide current Rockville City Police Department officers with equity adjustments to align all current officers with this new strategy. So many of them received that compensation, the mid-year equity adjustment. The 5th item is the compensation and classification study that is getting ready to kick off presently, and this would continue through calendar year 24. The goal would be to bring back salary adjustments resulting from that study in the FY26 budget, and the police officers would be included in that with the rest of the city employees. So despite the salary adjustments we've already did, we're doing that additionally, and we're going to be looking throughout not just at pay, but through the range of pay and benefits from our consultant. Item number 6 was hiring bonuses. We're going to continue to offer the $6,000 hiring bonus for entry-level applicants and $10,000 for lateral certified officers. Number 7 was a hiring incentive, and this is a hiring incentive of $5,000 for any current police officer who brings in a new hire. We're going to continue that. We talked about the additional officers, and finally, I want to go back to in the FY24 adopted budget, which is the current fiscal year. We included some additional benefits for sworn police officers. Total cost of these were $86,000 across the city for on-call pay, increases to night differential pay, and field training officer pay for sworn personnel. So those were basically 8 things that we outlined that we would do.
Thank you. And I know in the past 2 years or so, there's also been the language stipend as well, in addition to the other items.
I believe that was 3+ years ago.
Thank you. Okay. So I just wanted to reiterate where we are, because we did get some questions and want to make sure the public understands that. And also to note that the one thing that we are working, the city of Rockville is doing everything we can to be competitive and support But we are also working, as I said, the county council still has to go through their budget process, and we need to make sure that we get adequate funding for FY25 as part of the tax duplication process, as well as the replacement of those 6 officers. So I want to thank Rockville City Police Department, Chief Brito. Thank you to the entire finance team and the Chief City Manager's Office for all of your work on this. And I know that my colleagues have had a lot of comments and questions about this, and I just want to open the floor in case anyone else wants to say anything on this topic. Councilman Van Grack.
Just real briefly, I know we're not here just to talk about the budget, but the expenditures, but I want to thank the finance staff with what they're doing here about not only making sure that we have the funds necessary for the current year. The city manager, Chief Brito, the mayor, and other council members lobbying for these additions to the current fiscal year, as well as the city manager and Chief Brito and the mayor and others working to make sure that the Rockville Police Department and the salaries are commensurate and necessary with the quality of services that we demand and expect from our police department. I do have a question with regard to this particular possible adoption ordinance. I know this is specifically dealing with the additions to the funds for FY24, because we're going to try to implement it as soon as it's adopted, correct?
That's right.
All right, so the question that I have is, given this amendment to FY24 and these additions, is this factored into the FY25 budget? Or are there adjustments necessary with regard to the incoming funds that we'd be receiving and those expenditures to what we received with regard to either any of these issues that we're adopting in this specific amendment?
The 6 officers, if that's what you're referring to, the 6 officers are built in, as well as the funding from the county. All of that is built into the FY25 proposed budget.
I know, but my understanding is this adoption is more than just those 6 officers, right? Or are we is this specific? Because I know there was also, we were talking about the other expenditures and the other benefits. Are those also factored in? Or are we just talking about an ordinance with regard to the 6 officers?
The drop program, all those items that were mentioned earlier are built into the FY25
Okay,
budget.
so basically this entire ordinance that we're talking about passing here is incorporated with it was assumed to have been adopted for what we were looking at for the expenditures in FY25.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that clarifies.
I will clarify, with the exception that some of the tax duplication money we're expected to receive in 25 is short of what we expected, and there'll need to be an adjustment in the budget if we do not receive more funds.
Okay, well then, along those lines, because I know we're talking about a later amendment as well, dealing with some recent earmarks. Is there going to be an adjustment given those, which I think came after the FY25 budget was adopted? Has there been an adjustment due to those incoming funds?
For the federal
Or not
earmarks
yet?
that you're talking
Correct.
about? We will recognize the one for the police definitely on the May amendment. The other 2 that I'm aware of right now would probably be able to just come through the adopted 25 budget. We can make those adjustments in the CIP, and we can point those out to you at a later work session.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, so there's 2 tranches of money for the 6 officers. There's FY24 money because the work started. Actually, they say November 1st, but we know it started before then. And then FY25, that is a separate discussion. We know that the county executive has put in funding for that, and we'll talk about that later in future meetings, but we are negotiating to get a better reimbursement for that. And that is something that we'll want to make sure, if the public, I invite them to be a part of the county council public hearings as well, to make sure that we're getting adequate reimbursement for that. We know that they're intending to do some reimbursement. We just want to make sure that it is adequate for what we know is the rising costs of, supporting our officers. And then we'll get into this later, but public safety includes police, but there's other factors like supporting youth programs and other at-risk activities that we'll talk about in future meetings. But I just wanted to at least note that we do see public safety as a continuum.
Madam Mayor, if I could, there was a lot of thanks passed out, but we also need to recognize the HR department, who did a lot of work to get us some comparisons and help this step, et cetera. So I don't want to leave them out in the thanks.
Thank you to everyone who helped make this happen. Thank you, HR. And I have seen the HR department has been working very hard, and we appreciate the new leadership. Thank you. All right, are there any other questions related to this particular item? If not, we'll need to first introduce, then we'll need to make a motion to waive the layover period, and then we'll make a motion to adopt. So I'll entertain any other questions.
The light's already on. Does that mean I can be heard all the time?
Yes.
Okay, it's always on. Just as a process for budget amendments, so I can follow moving forward. I understand that the unobligated fund balance was higher. It looks to be higher than we needed for the sort of buffer, if you will. We're spending some of it, but we're not spending all of it. Looks like we still have 15% over what we want or what we need to have. What's our risk tolerance for spending more? Like, are there more, like, I don't like money to sit if we need it for things. So why do we keep that amount over what we need? And is there anything else we should be looking at to make sure we don't need to spend the money now?
So we do have some items plugged into the proposed budget ordinance that are committed. I believe 500,000 is committed on the ordinance. We also do need to keep in mind that our reserve target will increase in FY25 because that is tied to what the what the adopted budget number will be. So in terms of what the mayor and council would want to use the funding for, you can use it for any one-time needs. We've historically seen at the end of the year, once we know what our final fund balance position is at the close of FY24, so really in the fall, then we've seen the council choose to send one-time funding to support capital project needs.
Sure.
That's a frequent use that we've seen.
So the idea is we've got 2.9 million above the unassigned fund balance target right now. We hold that and see what happens at end of year.
And there's also a possibility that when we go through the FY25 budget process, there may be more asks, and we like to hold that just in case there is another need there. But other than that, we usually wait till after the fiscal year closes out so we can get a little more certainty and then discuss where we might want to spend it.
Thanks.
Note there'll be another budget amendment in May, or, okay, so you already have some plans to come back.
The plan is May 6th.
Yes, the plan is for a May 6th budget amendment. Oftentimes, we are doing administrative adjustments sometimes at the end of the year, things for depreciation and sometimes accounting-related adjustments at that time. And also, any items that we determine we should handle early. It may not necessarily be folded into the FY25 budget. Perhaps we make the decision, or you make the decision as the body, to fund something up front. And that can also happen on that May amendment.
Thank you. Last year, we had a situation where, and I say it jokingly, but not, like our recreation programs and summer camps were like Beyonce and Taylor Swift tickets, and it was a big wait list. So I just wanted to understand at this point in the budget season, are we seeing this kind of wait list where we have to think about, or we should think about, adding something to support our youth and teens? That's also part of public safety in my mind.
This budget amendment does provide some additional funding for recreation and parks. I believe it's $80,000, $81,000.
Yes, it says for the Swim and Fitness Center, Thomas Farm, and other child care cost centers. But is that related to the summer programs?
I believe there is some summer program increase built in there as well, but that is directly in response to seeing an influx of program registrations and increased activity.
Thank you. If perhaps we can just get a little more information as to where we stand on the summer programs. I know some of my colleagues have expressed interest in this. I don't just want to make sure. Yes, okay. We're interested.
Mayor, we will get that to the city manager by Wednesday.
Thank you. And we have time before May, but I just want to think ahead. I know you guys have to plan ahead for staffing and transportation.
Those are both complicating factors.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I asked this question before about this particular amendment, but I just wondered if we could go into a little bit of detail. The maintenance and emergency operation facility improvements, we are budgeting $1.8 million in additional costs. So my first question would be, what is the total cost? So how much of a percentage does this increase represent? But also, Can you describe why these changes were unanticipated and what we could do better in the future to anticipate these costs?
I would defer to Mr. Woods.
Yes, good evening. So just taking a quick peek at the adopted or the current budget for this project. The project has prior appropriations of over $19 million. That does include the acquisition of the property itself. So this additional need is a substantial percentage, but the primary need is we have now, we're getting close to completing the design of the third floor construction, and we have now fully evaluated the total cost for the third floor construction. That will constitute the complete renovation of the north wing of the facility. The initial direction and the design sought to renovate the first 2 floors of the north wing. That's currently under construction, and throughout that construction duration, we have experienced some unanticipated costs as well. So it's really the combination of the unanticipated costs associated with the current construction and the now more certain costs of the third floor of construction. So those are 2 primary elements. We also have a lot of ancillary costs associated with moving our operations from one facility to the other. We're moving our radio equipment. We're adding an emergency generator. So there are a lot of other costs that we've now refined the cost estimates on. So this one amendment seeks to provide the necessary funding to complete the entire north wing. So we're calling it Phase 1A and Phase 1B. First 2 floors, Phase 1A, the third floor being Phase 1B.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. I was thinking similar, and I appreciate your response, Mr. Woods. I have a question. Were those elements anticipated in the RFP, or those are add-ons? I know the third floor is one, but just the other pieces, because I always think about when someone bids and we select somebody, we want to make sure that they don't just do change orders and find ways to increase the budget. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, so what you're really talking about is the contract bid for the construction of the first 2 floors, which doesn't include the entire scope of the overall CIP project. There are several ancillary items that are funded out of the CIP, but were not included in the scope of work for the contractor to renovate the first 2 floors. But with the actual contract for the first 2 floors of renovation, we have experienced some things that are really unforeseen site conditions that weren't known at the time of the time of bid, but have been discovered throughout the construction process. One example of this is that we discovered that the brick facade, which wasn't intended to be touched as part of the renovation, some of that needed to be reinforced because we were experiencing some section loss and some of the bricks were actually detaching from the exterior of the building. So that required an analysis, a recommendation, a design, and then we're going to ask the contractor to implement it so that we can safely move into the building. So there have been several issues like that have arisen. Our contractor that's currently on site is very good. We're recommending that we proceed with the third floor construction using the same contractor. So we don't believe that there's an issue with the contractor exploiting the ability to increase his revenue through change orders. This is fairly typical for this type of construction.
Thank you. And since you are introducing amendments and adding things on, have you worked to make sure that we're looking at energy efficiency and maybe pursuing Energy Star, because that was not in the previous piece?
Yes.
So if you're making changes, are we committing to trying to make the building Energy
We
Star?
have explored that further, and there are several elements of the current construction that introduce sustainability features into the building. This is an older office building that, as we renovate it, many of the features that we're implementing through the design and the construction are increasing the sustainability of the facility. That includes replacing the windows. All of the appliances that we're adding to the facility are Energy Star certified. So there's several components. Energy Star certification is really about the operating conditions of the building and not necessarily about the design and the specifications. So although the design initiated several years before the Climate Action Plan was adopted, we do have opportunities to identify elements that can increase the sustainability of the facility, and we will do so throughout both the ongoing design and the third floor. The real opportunity for Energy Star certification is when the building is occupied and operating, and there is a nuance there that the Energy Star certification does require the building to be more than 55% occupied, and without having occupancy of the south wing, that will still take some time for us to really get the complete certification. But we do recognize that we have an obligation to meet building energy performance standards. We are on pace to do that. We will continue to seek opportunities to increase the sustainability of the facility and to align the building with the goals of the Climate Action Plan.
Thank you very much. Just looking to see if there are any questions or comments about this or any other item in this budget amendment. Okay. All right. So if seeing none, I will entertain someone introducing, and we don't need a second. We need to introduce this. Councilman Van Grack.
I would like to introduce for possible adoption the ordinance to amend ordinance number 18-23 to appropriate funds and levy taxes for the fiscal year 2024. This would be budget amendment number 3.
Thank you. And now we need a motion to waive the layover period. Councilman Valeri.
I'd like to move to waive the layover.
Thank you. Need a second? Councilmember Jackson, seconds. Thank you. All right. Now we'll entertain a motion to adopt.
Wait, do we have to vote, right?
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's right. Go ahead. We are voting to waive the layover period. So if everyone could raise your hand and say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Perfect. And next we need to have a motion to adopt. Okay, Councilmember Jackson.
All right, I would like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance.
That's right.
To amend ordinance 18-2023 to appropriate funds and levy taxes for fiscal year 2024, which is budget amendment number 3.
We need a second.
A second.
Councilmember Fulton seconds. Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Thank you. Approves unanimously. All right. Thank you very much. Next, we have a possible adoption of an amendment to the Mayor and Council's current rules and procedures. This is a mini update, and the intent of this update is that we now have a larger council, and our current rules and procedures only plan for 4 council members and a mayor. So there are some minor adjustments to at least recognize that we have a larger council. We will have another meeting in May to discuss the full operating procedures and more in-depth edits, but for now, we need to at least address the issue of the larger council. I wanted to refer to the city attorney to see if there's anything you'd like to say about this item. Okay. Thank you. So everyone has this. I do know that there's been some conversations about maybe one additional amendment, if you want to make that now or if you want to hold until May. But I will entertain discussion on this topic.
If I can go ahead.
Does anyone have any comments before we?
No, I did have a comment.
A comment,
yeah,
okay, not a motion yet.
No
Go
motion.
Councilmember
I'm just
Van
going to
Grack.
ask the city attorney. I just want to clarify, so your proposed alteration, is it just those times in the current rules where it lists 4 versus 6?
Correct.
Okay.
And it's not, it's just a, yes, the answer is yes.
Are there any other aspects of this rules that, in your opinion, given the larger body, is either appropriate or we could, in a hypothetical situation, need to adjust?
I guess so right now, the only changes are really going towards when the supermajority is needed, because everything else is a majority vote. So the rules work for a body of 5, they work for a body of 7. But there are a couple places in the current rules where a supermajority is required. So for instance, to remove an item from a meeting agenda, under the current rules before the amendment was 4 votes were needed. That votes that would have been 4 out of 5 members. We've increased that to 6 out of 7. And the only other place was voting during old new business. I guess there's one other place where it could change, and that's how to put something on a future agenda by members of the mayor and council. And so under the current rules, it only took 2 members of the body to I guess recommend or request that change. And if the body wants to increase that to 3 or 4, that's up to the body. It was my understanding that that everyone wants to keep it at 2, but again, these are your rules, so if you all want to make a further amendment, you can do that as well.
So at least in your opinion, until we get to a further, more detailed rules, these changes are the minimum needed to keep us out of
Correct.
difficulty given our current size?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you to our city attorney, Mr. Dawson. Anyone else have questions or things you'd like
Quick
to
question,
discuss?
if I may.
Yes, Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just a question for discussion, perhaps amongst ourselves. I should have raised this via email, but I think it's perhaps more appropriate to have it in open session. It's just the threshold. I'm just doing some back of the envelope calculation. So in the past, when there were 5 members, the threshold would be 4 or 80%. But if it's 6 out of 7, that's 86%. So there's essentially the threshold changes. Are we okay with that? Should it be 5 out of 7? Should it be 6 out of 7? I know it's splitting hairs, but I just wanted to make the point. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you,
okay. Dr. Miles. I think that's a good question in terms of like when we need to take something off agenda, because if 2 people put it on, then it will be hard pressed to get 2 people to get the 6 to take it off. So I just wanted to flag that for my colleagues for discussion. Councilman Van Graaf.
I would just say if we're keeping it to 2 to add on, it can't be 5 to take off because then you ruin it. So if it's going to be 2 to add on, I think it needs to be 6 to remove. If it's 3 to add on, then I think it's okay to be 5 to remove. So I think, given what Mr. Dawson has put forward, the 2 and 6 is appropriate. But if we go to 3, then it could be 5. Mr. Miles, Dr. Miles, was that kind of how you were thinking as well? Yeah. Okay. He's got his thumbs up.
That's correct.
Thank you. And we'll have an opportunity in May to go do a deep dive into the operating guidelines, but we at least need to, at a baseline, acknowledge that we have a bigger council and we need to be set up for success. So if there are no other questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve these. Councilman Van Graaf.
I would move to approve and adopt the amendment to the mayor and council's current rules of procedures as noted in the agenda to be amended as of today's date, March 18th, 2024.
Councilmember Shaw seconds. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you all very much, and we'll have another follow-on discussion in May to dig a little bit deeper and make some additional changes. Thank you to our city attorney for helping us on this. We really appreciate it. Okay. So next, we are transitioning our minds to work session format versus our official mayor and council meeting. This is intended to be a discussion. We are going to be talking about our upcoming FY25 budget. And I understand, do you have a presentation to start? Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Francesca. Welcome back.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, we've prepared a presentation for tonight's work session that covers the proposed revenues, fees, and cost recovery structure in the FY 2025 proposed budget. The presentation this evening will cover major revenue sources, other significant changes, cost recovery policies, the FY 2025 fee summary, and proposed utility rates. We will then touch on ongoing opportunities for public input and the planned upcoming work sessions. Let's dive in and take a look at the city's major revenue sources for fiscal year 2025. The FY 2025 proposed operating budget includes revenue of $165.7 million across all funds. The pie chart displayed shows how the revenues are allocated by type. Charges for service makes up 31% of the FY 2025 revenues. This is followed by property tax, which makes up 30% of the budget, and revenue from other governments at 22%. The FY 2025 budget maintains a flat real property tax rate at 29.2 cents per $100 of assessed value. This chart provides a history of Rockville's real property tax rate. You can see from this chart that the last time that the property tax rate was increased was in 1995. This chart also shows that the FY 26 through FY 29 forecast maintains the flat property tax rate. This chart provides a 10-year history of the assessed values of real property within the city. The real taxable assessed value increased 4.8% from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2025. This is quite a bit higher than what we were previously forecasting, and this provides $2.1 million in additional revenue for the FY 2025 budget. Increases in assessed values provide revenue growth with tax rates remaining flat. Increases in assessed values are phased in over 3 years. The State of Maryland Department of Assessments and Taxation reassesses real property every 3 years, and tax bills are based on those assessments. For homeowners, any increase to assessed value is phased in equally over a 3-year period, and the resulting increase in the property tax bill is capped at 10%. Any decrease is fully factored into the first full levy year after the assessment. As shown in this map, the tan areas were the most recently assessed areas, which are factored into the FY 2025 budget. The assessments for the dark orange areas will be received in January 2025 and will help inform the FY 26 budget. The charges for service category includes a range of fees and charges across almost every city fund. This includes revenue sources such as recreation program fees, recreation center memberships, facility rentals, admission charges, utility fees for water, sewer, refuse, and stormwater management, parking meter revenue, fire review, and fire safety fees. As a whole, these revenues are projected to increase $629,750 or 1.3% in FY25. The new FY 2025 proposed fee summary is found at Attachment A in your packet and includes detailed information on current and proposed fees that are included in this charges for services category. Changes in revenue projections reflect the combined impact of proposed fee changes and the anticipated volume of activity for the year ahead. The income tax estimate for FY 2025 is estimated at $20.3 million, 0.5% higher than the FY24 adopted budget of $20.2 million. This chart provides a 10-year history of income tax revenues. In FY 2022, the city realized significant growth in income tax revenue, but this growth slowed in FY 23, which is leading us to hold this mostly flat for FY 2025. Income tax revenue is challenging to predict because it is based on individual income tax returns each year. Factors such as employment rates, capital gains, retirement rates, wage growth, changes in tax laws, and the timeliness of filings all contribute to the amount of annual revenue. The Finance Department recently met with the State Comptroller's Office to share suggestions for enhancing income tax data shared with municipalities in hopes of moving towards better analytics and trends for this revenue source. Tax duplication payments are received from Montgomery County as a partial reimbursement for services that the county does not provide, but for which the county received taxes from Rockville properties. The tax duplication estimate used in the development of the FY 2025 proposed budget is consistent with information provided to municipalities when Expedited Bill 2-22 was passed in 2022. The latest estimates received from Montgomery County are $587,000 lower than expected, but they do include funding for the 6 additional police officers following the service reductions from MCPD. The city will continue to advocate for more equitable reimbursements. Finance will share recommendations on how to address this shortfall in the event that the expected funding is not received. Other tax revenues worth mentioning include admission and amusement tax, hotel tax, and new sales tax from the sale of recreational cannabis. Admissions and amusement tax is a local tax collected by the State of Maryland Comptroller's Office or jurisdictions in Maryland. The tax is imposed on the gross receipts from admissions, the use or rental of recreational or sports equipment, and the sale of merchandise, refreshments, or services at a place where such entertainment is provided. Rockville receives the largest amount of this revenue from movie theaters, indoor athletic facilities, and ice skating rinks, and is seeing a modest increase in this revenue. The FY25 budget assumes revenues of a little over $1 million, which is consistent with recent trends. Hotel tax reflects the 2% tax levied on a person who pays for a room or space at a hotel in the city of Rockville. For FY21 and 22, the city experienced dramatic reductions in hotel tax revenue related to the pandemic. For FY25, the budget includes $1 million, which anticipates a return to pre-pandemic levels. A small but new revenue for the 25 budget is the 2.5% sales tax generated from the sales of recreational cannabis, which is projected to total a very modest $32,000 based on sales from the city's 2 cannabis dispensaries. The administrative charges revenues represent centrally budgeted administrative or overhead costs that are recovered through what is commonly called a cost allocation plan. 6 of the city's operating funds pay for their share of overhead costs through an annual transfer to the general fund. The sewer fund also pays an administrative charge to the water fund for the utility billing functions. Transfer revenue from administrative charges totals $5.4 million in FY 2025. Here we will highlight just a few other noteworthy changes for the mayor and council and the public. There are some notable revenue increases in the FY 25 budget for red light camera citations, highway user revenue, licenses and permits, and interest and investment earnings. Increases for red light cameras reflect improved citation activity following equipment updates and are consistent with the most recent trends, which were also presented with this evening's budget amendment. Highway user revenues reflect the latest estimates from the Maryland Department of Transportation. Increases for licenses and permits reflect increases from proposed fee adjustments and estimated volume for the upcoming year. The increases in interest and investment earnings reflect the current interest rate environment and the additional investment allocations that were made in November 2023. There are some one-time revenue impacts from planned facility closures in FY 2025, notably at the F. Scott Fitzgerald Theater and at Lincoln Park Community Center. There are also associated expenditure reductions that will be recognized. Now moving into cost recovery, the city has cost recovery policies, which are outlined in the budget book section on financial management policies, and I will cover these briefly. Cost recovery goals for regulatory services such as planning, permits, and engineering should be at 100%. However, there are other considerations, which include benchmarking fees to surrounding communities, the ability of the community and developers to pay, and compliance with regulations. Fees established below that full cost recovery goal typically imply that there's a level of community benefit to that service. All general fund recreation and parks cost centers are included in the cost recovery pyramid except for administrative functions. Tier 1, as you see here, is community benefit. This is the largest tier of the pyramid and has the greatest amount of taxpayer support. The target cost recovery for this category is 0% or greater. Community benefit areas include parks and open space, trails, landscaping and trees, playgrounds, and general use public facilities. Tier 2 is considerable community benefit. This is the second largest tier of the pyramid and has a significant amount of taxpayer support. The target cost recovery for this category is 20% to 50%. Considerable community benefit areas include community recreation facilities, out-of-school time enrichment programs, teen and skate park programs, and senior recreation. Tier 3 is balanced community and individual benefit. This is the next tier, and this has a balance between programs and services that are offered by the private sector and programs and services that are viewed as public amenities or conveniences. This recovery for this category is aimed at 30% to 70%, and these areas include things like arts, camps, civic center, and sports programs. Tier 4 is the smallest tier of the pyramid and has a significant amount of user fee support. Programs and services in this category are also available in the private sector, and therefore less taxpayer support is required. The target cost recovery for this category is 70 to 100%. Areas in this category include the swim and fitness center and childcare. This slide details the cost centers that reside in each category. It's important to note that some of these cost centers provide a range of programs and services, and that the tier placement is intended to be one that reflects the majority of those activities. There may always be outliers here or there. New to the fiscal year 2025 budget process is a document that summarizes current and proposed fees across all city departments. Staff took on the task of developing this document to provide added transparency to the budget discussions around fees and user charges. This document is organized by major functions in the licenses and permits and charges for services categories. This document also highlights major fee areas. It includes the fee type, the current fee, the proposed fee, and the fiscal year that fee was last adjusted. Next, I'll summarize the proposed utility rates for FY25. These are also found in that fee summary document. The city provides water and sewer service to approximately 70% of the city. The water and sewer rates are adopted on a 3-year schedule and are accompanied by a full study of the city's cost of service using a 10-year spending plan. The FY25 rates are proposed to increase 4.1% in total, which amounts to approximately $52.56 per year for an average household. All residential properties in the city are proposed to pay an annual refuse and recycling rate of $535 in FY25. This appears on the property tax bill that comes from Montgomery County. $535 is a $32 increase from the FY24 rate. The proposed FY25 budget uses reserves in the refuse fund to support operations, which mitigates additional rate increases. All residential and commercial properties in the city are proposed to pay a stormwater management fee of $152 per equivalent residential unit in fiscal year 25. This is a $6 increase over the FY 2024 rate. Customers pay the stormwater management fee on their annual real property tax bill that comes from Montgomery County. Community engagement, this is just a plug. We want to remind the public of the Community Budget Priority Survey. This will be available until April 12th and is available in 5 languages. You can access the survey using the QR code or by visiting www.rockvillemd.gov/budget. We will also hold one more public hearing on April 8th. You can sign up to speak or send in written testimony to the city clerk's office. This concludes my presentation on the proposed revenues, fees, and cost recovery for the FY 2025 budget. Our next 2 budget work sessions will focus on operating expenses and the capital improvements program. As part of this evening's discussion, we would like to focus the conversation around proposed revenues and fees, which will support the planned spending for the year ahead. Any direction to modify the proposed tax rates, fees, or charges will require that our next work sessions include focused discussions on adjustments that may be needed on the spending side. With that said, we can open up the floor for discussion.
First, I want to thank you. I know this is a citywide project to pull together the budget, and I want to thank every department who has been participating and helping, the finance department as well as the city manager's office. Award-winning budgets are produced every year, and I know there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears on that. And I want to thank you, but also on behalf of the residents, thank you for finding a way to make this work without proposing tax increases. I know that a lot of folks are dealing post-pandemic with, financial concerns, and I wanted to just plainly say this budget does not have a proposed tax increase. They are showing some revenue increases, but that's only because property values have increased as well as incomes have increased, but we have maintained the Rockville's property tax rate flat, I think, for at least 20 years, if not more. So thank you for that. And then if you could just clarify the dates and the discussions, just so people who are listening can see we're talking about fees today and revenue today, and then which days are operating versus CIP.
Certainly. The April 8th budget work session is intended to focus on operating expenditures. We will include sections for every single operating department across the city. You'll hear from every department director. We will also have conversations about the caregiver grants and community organization grants at that April 8th work session. The April 15th work session will be dedicated to the capital improvements program.
And I know my colleagues have sent in a lot of questions. I appreciate you digging in with such depth and thought. Some of them may require moving things around later. So I just want to make sure that, if there's a time that you need us to give more, not just speaking to you individually, but giving collective feedback so that you can plan ahead, even though we're not in that particular work session, please let us know. I'm sure we would oblige and support. I'm seeing shaking heads. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. I have just a couple questions that I will just do 2 to 3, and I'll pass the mic to my colleagues. I know they have questions as well. One is just a request to see if Ms. Moran can help us to track the county public hearing. We talked, earlier about the importance of making sure that we're getting proper reimbursements from the county, particularly for police. And so if we could just look at what the dates will be in April. April 8th, okay. And okay, and that is a date of our next meeting, right? Is it the same time? Well, there's an afternoon one during 1:30. Okay. Perfect. And I think I've previously been given authority to represent our council, and that we would put a letter together that we would all approve on testimony. I'm assuming we're still okay with that, because I want to make sure we have timely response. And I know some of us are going to be speaking to county council members tomorrow at the Maryland Municipal League Montgomery chapter meeting, but that we'll also continue to push. So thank you. If we could just make sure that we're planning testimony for April 8th, and then we can circulate that among the body to make sure we all have a chance to weigh in.
Madam Mayor,
yes.
not try to take the floor, but since we've got Ms. Moran here, if she could maybe say, because we've got people listening, how they would go about to testify, whether it's they need to register in advance, whether they can show up, and where that would be, so that we can let people know how to advocate on behalf of the city.
Thank you. And I did say earlier, we do need folks from Rockville to help amplify the voice. This council, the mayor and council, are going to be submitting testimony. I will provide testimony. But we also, I know that there's a lot of interest in this particular topic. We encourage others to go to the county council, participate in the budget session. I mentioned that earlier, but if you could tell them how to do that, that would be greatly appreciated.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. On the county council website, there is a page where the county's public hearings are listed, and all they would need to do is click on the link to register, and then there's a form. They fill out their name, the topic they're going to be talking about, which organization they're with. They fill out their email and phone number, and then it's an electronic system. They'll get a confirmation that their request has been received, and then they'll get a follow-up email letting them know that they can participate. And if there's any way I can help to get that information out, I'd be happy to.
Thank you. I was going to ask that question. Is it possible for folks who have been writing in about public safety to, in the response, to be able to share with them information and include the link, and then maybe even, I don't know what's appropriate. I know we don't necessarily do advocacy campaigns from one government to another, but I think it's important in terms of the transparency so that folks know what we need to do. If there's anything that we can do to include a note on our website or in social, I opened opportunities for discussion on what you think is appropriate. Ms. Moran, do you have any commentary on that?
Well, I think as historically, maybe as far as email, we could share that information with folks that have written in, and then I would defer to public information on any other outreach that might be possible. We could get back to you.
Okay, and perhaps staff can talk about it at the senior staff meeting tomorrow and share a recommendation. Councilman Van Graff.
And we have traditionally, if people have contacted us with a concern that is not necessarily a Rockville issue, we referred them. So if we are getting correspondence from people regarding an issue that Montgomery County has with regard to the way they treat Rockville, that's clearly appropriate, I believe, for us to inform them of how to advocate that issue to Montgomery County.
Yes.
Thank you. And it sounds like you said you're comfortable with email, right? And I'm asking to see if the email responses we send back can include that information. And if you can talk among senior staff about anything else we can do just to make it easy. The site is not easy to navigate, nor is the page easy to find. You Google something and it pulls up FY23 dates and things of that sort. So I just want to make it easy for residents to be able to get to the county council site and sign up for the public hearing.
You've already responded to the people who are coming, so we will have to go back to the ones who did this and provide a link to do that. So we will do that.
I think that would be in order.
I agree completely.
Is everyone okay with that? Okay, all right. The council agrees. And then I was just going to ask you, and I'll pause on my questions after this one so my colleagues can ask, but in terms of the revenue we're getting from the sales tax on cannabis, are you planning to just put that into general fund? Are you looking at trying to see if that could support further after-school programming or youth or any other HCD-specific activities for at-risk programs?
So that revenue is not considered restricted. It's not legally restricted in any way. The state does have different guidelines on their portion, and some of the state's portion of the sales tax is legally restricted, but the portion that goes to municipalities is not. And so this would just be a general fund revenue source, similar to tax duplication, highway user, income tax.
What do folks think about that? I know you love to have the flexibility but I'm just wondering, should we consider, at least primarily considering, supporting at-risk communities and young, youth and areas where we're seeing there's additional support. I just wanted to see if folks have comments on that. Councilmember Larry?
I actually would support that. I was heartened when the idea came out from the state that that revenue would be earmarked to correct the mistakes of the past and the war on drugs and a lot of the activities of the past. So I would, similar to how we look at reinvesting in Vision Zero projects, using particular revenue. I know, don't look at me like that to the budget folks, but I would be, it's a manageable enough amount. I would love to see it be reinvested in youth programming, especially in underserved and at-risk youth programs.
Thank you. And I was thinking youth housing opportunity. I mean, I'm open. I just was thinking of the helping at-risk communities. Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly support the thrust of what you all discussed. I think, as was reported by our colleague, and I will associate myself with her comments as well, essentially putting the funding back to those communities that were targeted infected adversely by drugs in the pursuit of in the criminal justice system. So certainly targeting those communities that need, from an equity standpoint, makes sense, and certainly something I would support. That's all.
Thank you. Any other comments, Councilmember Shaw?
Yeah, I also agree and support that. And I do think this is a great way of how we can practice equity in terms of some of the reparative efforts that we can do for these communities that were disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs.
Thank you. Councilmember Van Graaff.
I was going to say, I agree with it. The only question is, I understand this is a full estimate because we've not had this tax imposed yet. So I think this is a wonderful idea, and I love this council talking this direction. I would just caution, if we're talking about specific earmarks to a direction, we're talking about a fund amount, a recovery amount that we have not yet even seen before in the city, and just to be careful how we're allocating. I don't know if the staff wanted to talk about that.
So I can say that we have not earmarked general fund revenues in this way in the past. And if this is something that the council would be interested in, we could look at some options and what that might look like. But Councilmember Van Graaff is correct that this is a relatively new revenue source. We're projecting $32,000 for FY25. It could be different. And so we would want to think about a way to approach this in a way that might meet the intended outcomes.
So,
I was just going to say, I appreciate that, and I know that we don't know what the final is. I just think that perhaps if staff can do some thinking between, I would say, Rec and Parks and HCD, Housing and Community Development, that oversee these kinds of programs, to just get recommendations as to how we might consider it. And again, I know this is new, and I also know that the state is doing this, that they're trying to find ways to not just use this willy-nilly on anything like new trucks or new things, but really just trying to be intentional about what these funds might support. Councilman Van Graaff, did you have anything else to add?
No, it would just kind of follow up with staff and maybe where they got that number, just to make sure that we're not allocating something specifically without having a knowledge base of where the number comes from.
Sure. The $32,000 estimate for FY25 is reflective of receiving only the first quarter of FY 2024 sales tax revenue. So we have one quarter. We got $8,000, and that's where the 32 came from. There could be seasonal fluctuations that we have not yet seen because it's still relatively early, and there is a lag time because the funding goes from the state to the county to us. So that's why we even now only have one quarter in. So there could be some benefit to waiting a little while to see what the trends are, to see what one full year looks like, and have that on the books. That might allow us to have a more informed discussion in the future.
Thank you, and I'm totally open to that. I just think that as we think about it, again, I just wouldn't want to replacing a new trash can, or just just being very thoughtful about how we use those revenues, and they may be different. We don't know. Everyone is feeling this out, and it's all new. But the ask is by some of us, and I would love to hear from more. Can we just, as we learn more about this, and we do start to get revenues, can we look at where we put it to be very supportive, similar to what the state's doing? Thank you. Councilmember
I
Fulton.
also very much support the idea for all the reasons my colleague said. I also sort of agree, given the relatively small amount and how new we are to this, sort of getting a better sense of how much it is before sort of imposing formal restrictions. We should spend the money on those things, 100%. To me, I think that's different than adjusting our entire budget process to restrict funds when we only have a quarter to work on. So I agree with everyone that we should spend the money in ways that are equitable. I also think we should be looking at it and thinking about it in the future. I do wonder this early on whether sort of formal changing the process to restrict funds will have the bang for the buck we want.
Thank Councilmember Valeri.
Yeah, sorry. On that note, though, when I brought up the Vision Zero example, is it the, and I apologize if I'm still working my coffee. Is it the red light camera citations that is it? Speed camera, thank you. It's like one of those cameras where people get tickets, right? The intent behind that revenue source is to go into Vision Zero projects. So we do have, and again, that is something that fluctuates. So, even just like signaling an intent right now. I think the other thing that this puts in my head, and I'm glad Ms. Moran is here, I think that the amount that the municipalities are getting in terms of the revenue is a pittance and is something that we should advocate for as a city and with our colleagues in other cities, because we much like tax duplication and our police officers, there's a lot of overlap there, and there's a lot of community and good things that we can do with that. So
I fully support that. So I guess you get some of the general intent. I know Councilmember Jackson also wants to add his voice to this conversation, and then I see City Manager Brock Matite.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep it brief. I totally support the comments that my colleague, Councilman Fulton made. I think it's premature to talk about earmarking these funds or whatever. We need more data. We need more results first. So I totally agree with Councilman Fulton, or Councilmember Fulton.
Deputy City Manager.
So my comments were along those lines as well, trying to understand what we're trying to solve or what issues that Mayor Council care about, and then how do we allocate resources or funding, and this might be one of many funding that's available for us to respond to the needs of the specific programs. So I think, key question is, what are the problems, what are the issues that Mayor Council wants us to focus on, and then what resources do we have in addition to the new revenues that we have to solve to that problem, because this funding might not be sufficient trying to respond to the specifics of what you all want us to do, to get to.
Thank you. And I think the intent was not to say we're putting $32,000. The point is, when the money comes in, that we look at where that goes, and that goes to support, supporting at-risk communities, youth, housing opportunity, all the kinds of things that Rec and Parks and HCD is. So I look forward to future discussions on it. I just would hate to see it replacing light bulbs and trash cans. I mean, I just want meaningful use of these funds is what I'm trying to convey.
We don't need light bulbs.
Not that we don't need light bulbs,
but like there's an intentionality, I think, behind it.
That's right.
If I could make just one comment on the overall process for that. So I think just based on what I heard, so to restrict funds in a special revenue account for the city, we would likely do a resolution from the mayor and council calling out what the restricted uses of those funds are. So to have it be a special revenue fund, we have to have some kind of document to go back to understand what we can spend that money on. So that's something we can definitely do if that's the direction we go. I think I would recommend not doing that for the FY25 budget, since we won't even have the end of year actuals from this year, but maybe looking, since it will be this mayor and council, at our next budget cycle. If that's still something you want to do with more than a year of data under our belt, we can then meet to maybe develop a resolution if you did want to just restrict it for specific areas.
I really like that approach. I'll just see where my colleagues, I'm seeing shaking heads.
Yes.
But if we could work on the resolution in FY25.
Yes, so we would work on it during 25 to understand where you want the money to go. Because
Right.
even like this budget, we already built in that 32,000 as general revenue, right? But we could start that 26 process in the fall with the understanding that it will be restricted for certain spending.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, you're talking about during FY25, having
Yes.
a resolution so that when your staff starts preparing the FY26 budget, you're aware of how to allocate those funds.
Yes.
And we'd have more time to assess what those funds might be and have a better projection.
Yes.
So I'm seeing my colleagues shake heads on this approach. Yes. Yes, and thumbs up. Yes. Thank you very much for that opportunity. I will open the floor for other questions about fees, revenues, taxes. Councilmember Valeri.
Well, now that Madam Mayor took my cannabis revenue question, no, and actually, if nothing else, is it gives us a really good impetus to advocate strongly that municipalities get an actual fair share of the revenue coming in, because it's going to be an extremely steady source of revenue that will not abate anytime soon. So I had, I'll start with my, I have two questions, but I'll start with one because it might cause a cascading effect. Maybe not. So I know that we looked at, we were looking at, our police department when we were looking at the tax duplication effort. But when we heard from the, when we heard from Chief Brito that the number one location for police calls is a Montgomery County owned center, is there something there that we should advocate for? Because especially when we looked at the shortfall from the tax duplication funds, I'd almost dare say, put it back, because we are assisting and we're the first responders for a site that not only is the highest volume, but is also the most time intensive than any other call. The crisis center, the call is not just, show up, oh, okay, is everybody okay, and leave. It can often be hours at a time. So I guess that's more of a me commentary than a question. My question is, wow, it got really loud all of a sudden. Excuse me. I noticed in just looking broadly at the fees in the last time that we looked or changed them, that for the same, basically the same amount of time, there's been no change in recreation adult program fees, while at the same time youth program fees have been increased. And I only point this out, I'm not trying to pit folks, and I'm looking at under classes and programs, adult programs and youth and family programs. I only bring this up because I think that adult programs, while a net good, when you look at some of the before and after school programs, they can often be more of a necessity than a luxury, is maybe the best way I can put it. I think it's all extremely important, but when I see that, the current fee and the proposed fee are the same under adult programs, and I think about the folks that I talk to, my own experience, and the families who are struggling with affordability and maybe don't qualify for assistance, but in general are struggling with affordability. I kind of wanted to know about the thought process behind that, and why why are we not also increasing adult programs at about the same rate? Hey, Tim.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I see Mr. Chestnut here to respond.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. First, I want to assure you that every single fee that we increase is directly attributable to increased costs, whether it's supplies, materials, minimum wage, what have you, and being in compliance with our city policies. A couple of other factors before I specifically get to your question, if you would. You will see in our numbers, when we bring the registration numbers and the revenue numbers from this current fiscal year, we have fully recovered from the pandemic, with the possible exception of a couple of lunch programs at the senior center, I believe, where seniors aren't quite comfortable being in proximity yet. Every program is fully recovered, and participation numbers are back or increased. We also have Andy Lett here, who can talk about some specifics to your question about the youth sports. But the other piece I wanted to add is we try not to raise fees on the same program in consecutive years. So it might be every third year, every fourth year, but we try not to, even if costs are going up, we try not to increase 2 years, much less 3 years in a row. So this might be one of those times with adult sports where it's one to hold. But Andy, if you would come up and see if you could give her a little more detail, please.
I was just going to, while he's doing that, I do recall that there were some fee increases on adults, and there was a change with the resident, non-resident fees. So the non-resident fees were raised a little bit. This was a couple of years ago, but I do recall that there was something for those programs.
And last but not least, before I let Andy take over, we have a scholarship fund. We are not in the habit of turning away any family or any child who can't afford the program. We subsidize them to the extent that they can. So when you see a fee increase, yes, it's attributable to the cost, but we don't turn kids away.
What?
Yep. Thank you very much. As far as the fees for like the adult programs, Director Chestnut is very much correct. It is attributed to our salaries is our biggest contributor to overall costs. So you had our minimum wage has repeatedly gone up year after year. Our compression of those salaries has gone up, and that's usually in the youth area. Our adult sports, our adult programs, typically because they are specialized certified instructors, have been at that higher dollar amount. That has not increased in the nine years that I've been here. So those individuals have not received any salary increases whatsoever. I believe in this year's budget, we were looking for the possibility of a small increase in that. So that's one of the biggest contributing factors. Inflation, you have a lot more supply costs that are associated with the youth programming than you do the adult program. Usually it's instruction for adult programming. Just softballs alone for our adult softball league. That one has had an increase, but we've had some offsetting costs with that. But trips for our Teens on the Go program, the ticketing fees have gone up 10, 15, 20% year over year the last couple of years. So those keep adding to our overall cost. So that's supply cost and salaries. Those are two that are making the impacts.
Can I ask a question? Because I know the last mayor and council had a chance to hear and weigh in on tiers, and I know there was some debate about that. Because you are required to have cost recovery, I understand that's part of the financial policies. However, when you were talking about the tiers, I think some of the camps and some of the programs might not fall into the full community benefit. So it might be in tier 3 versus 2. Just don't quote me on the tier, but I just
So
to Councilmember Larry's point. Yeah.
Yeah. So the tiers are the cost centers.
Right.
That are associated with it. So we do have programs in a wide range. So we do have some that are not recovering as much as the overall, but we are trying to meet that overall cost recovery for each cost center.
It might be just instructive to be able to send the full council just so they have better understanding. I know you have a little bit precursor on the tiers, but just to see how that flows. Okay.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. And on the softball note, I played softball for over a decade. I know exactly how expensive that is for sure. So I can confirm as council member that played center field. So no, I appreciate that. And that would be really helpful for, at least for my understanding, because, you know, on first blush, just looking at the chart as was, which, by the way, I know this, there's a lot of work that went into this. I absolutely love this because there's no, it's just a good way to kind of quantify as a whole. But yeah, I would appreciate any clarity on those tiers for myself, for sure.
And I think you have it on page 43, but I don't know if it has depth to really
Yeah, it's
understand
not
level further.
comprehensive. I'm looking now.
On page 364 of the budget document, there is a cost recovery summary that is specific to all of the recreation and parks cost centers. It shows where each cost center is within each tier. It provides a history of actuals for FY21 through FY23. It shows the adopted and the proposed cost recovery projections for FY24 and FY25. And that's a really good place to see everything and get some history. Of course, you have to take some of that history into context with the pandemic, and there were definitely some impacts there, particularly in 21 and 22. So that is really a great place to look.
So again, summer camps and summer playgrounds is in tier 3, which has a higher cost recovery ratio, which is kind of what I was saying. Perhaps this council wants to take a deeper look at those. I'm just putting it out there, just because I know that I've heard some people ask about this particular thing. But summer camps and summer playgrounds are in tier 3 versus like the senior citizen recreation, which I think rightly is in tier 2. But we're looking at risk populations. That may be something that maybe it's not in this fiscal year because it might change everything, but maybe future fiscal years. I wanted to
even
have
this
an opportunity
fiscal
to
year,
discuss.
if the mayor and council want to adjust a tier, we will just move that program into the tier that you want and update the financial management policies through the adoption of the budget.
And can you share like what impact that might have budgetarily, for example, as we think about that?
Wouldn't change the revenue or expense, we would change the tier. Because you see there is overlapping percentage-wise. So for example, tier 3 is 30 to 70%. That is a very wide range. Tier 2 is 20 to 50%. So you can change a program from tier to tier without necessarily changing the expenditures and revenues for that upcoming year.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilman Van Greg.
On this topic, because this is a great topic, first I want to commend both the finance staff and Rec and Park staff. A lot of the fees that, whether it's aquatic programs and the community center programs that might affect folks who might be in the lower income areas, there's almost exclusively a very little increase or no increase. So I commend you, even in some of those areas that might be a little bit, haven't had some changes, there's almost zero. So I want to commend you on maintaining those fees and being able to still have a recovery. But I did have a question with regard to the Civic Center complex. And I know with regard to the recovery area that we do have a significant amount, but I noticed that almost across the board we've got no increase. And I know there's additional costs with that complex, and at least with regard to the mansion rental fees that we haven't adjusted since 2016. And I was wondering if you could comment on just if there's a rationale and basis for those costs, which I know could be pretty significant to the city, if there's a rationale and reason why we're keeping this level.
Thank you, council member. And let me introduce Paige Jansen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. So if you're looking at the fee summary, specifically that last adjusted fee for 2016 are only for conferences. So our conference business, I would say, at the Civic Center is a bit of a roller coaster. Years ago, it was really robust. It brought in a lot of our revenue. I would say since 2016, not so much. So we keep it consistent to just keep the business that we have and to bring in the revenue that we have. We're afraid that if we outpace the market, we won't get any conference revenue each fiscal year.
Okay. And how about for those other fees? I know we did an adjustment this current fiscal year, but at least with those other aspects, whether it's the full mansion rental fee, the F. Scott Fitzgerald Theater, there's significant costs in the city, whether it's electrical, whether it's maintenance, they're going to increase as well. And I'm just wondering what was the rationale and basis of keeping them level?
So in 2024, we decided to increase our revenue to really meet the market. If we increase our rates above generally where they are now, we're probably going to price ourselves out of our competitors. We make our revenue goal. We exceed our revenue goal since after the pandemic and even before the pandemic. And so every year we do evaluate if we need to make adjustments. So we're not making an adjustment for fiscal year 25, especially because at the Fitzgerald Theater we have a CIP closure. And then in fiscal year 26, we have a reopening, and we're going to have to kind of rebuild our business. So really it was where the market was and where we felt we can still be competitive and to keep our revenue where it needs to be to meet our goal, exceed it, but also not kind of outprice ourselves, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. So basically the Civic Center complex numbers are based on the projection on the market rate that this is the maximum the city can get out of the complex with these fees.
For the services that we have.
Perfect.
Yes.
That answered my question exactly. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And I recall there was discussion about a fee study in the past. Can you comment on that?
Sure. The FY 2025 proposed budget includes a recommendation for commitment of reserves to have a comprehensive fee study performed that will look at all development-related fees, both housed in the departments of CPDS and Public Works. It's been more than 10 years, am I right, Mr. Barker, since one of those comprehensive studies was performed, and so that commitment of reserves would help ensure that that study is done during FY 2025, and that would help to inform any future fee adjustments, particularly in that development area.
So we'd be using evidence-based fee adjustments.
Correct. And they would also be looking at benchmarking those fees and also looking at cost recovery. Because as I mentioned in the presentation, the cost recovery goal is 100% for those regulatory kinds of programs and services. And so it would be looking to balance that cost recovery goal with the market. And it would really provide a chance to optimize revenue, but also make sure that we remain competitive in the development area.
I have one last question, and then I'm seeing that some colleagues may need a quick break. So I'm sure staff would appreciate that as well. In terms of the funding we've gotten, in terms of earmarks that will help water and sewer, how do you think that might make adjustments? Are we thinking that will help us accelerate our AMI work? Are you thinking that might have an impact on fees, or is it really just getting us back to green? If you could just share what your opinion is on how these funds are going to help us.
I'd love to share my opinion. Thank you.
You smiled so bright.
Well, you know, it's the water and sewer have been near and dear for over a decade now at Rockville, trying to get back to a positive position. So recently with this latest round with our utility consultant, we did recognize that we are right at where we need to be as far as target for sewer fund. So the sewer earmark that we got is about $500,000. So I would say that is enough to feel good, but not enough to make any adjustments to the sewer rate. And if the mayor and council remember, the sewer rate was much lower of the two. So I think we stay where we're at with that sewer rate. Now on the water side, unfortunately, we found out through the utility study this time that we're only targeted for FY 2030 to meet our revenue goal. So the earmark that we got for water, which I believe is just under $1 million, will help us hopefully get to that goal a little sooner. Now on the water side, a little different from sewer, there are a lot of variables that could happen. You know, we could have a break and need to purchase WSSC water or something during the year. So I don't think that it is enough to lower the rates that we already have projected through our utility consultant, but I do think it will help us hopefully get to that goal of our reserve target, which is in the financial management policies, maybe a little sooner.
Thank you. And this year we had some pretty dramatic weather fluctuations. Have you seen a greater increase in water main breaks or things that are affecting some of those, what the outputs are for recovery on that?
Yeah, I'll turn that over to Mr. Woods.
Sure. So as I communicated with you all in January, where we had a very rapid change in temperature, we did experience a sharp uptick in water main breaks. But over the course of the fiscal year, and I don't know what these are made out of, but hopefully they're wood, we have done actually very good in terms of water main breaks as compared to past years.
Perfect.
Some of them are very impactful, others we can manage pretty quickly, but overall this has been a fairly good year in terms of water main breaks.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Dr. Miles has a question.
Perfect. Thank you. Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a quick throwback to what you all were discussing in terms of tiers. I did share your, well, associate myself with the comments. I was looking at summer camps in particular and to what extent they can be tier 2, and I appreciate the response from budget staff about the wide range. One quick follow-up, this perhaps is for Rec and Parks. Is there also a scholarship program for summer camps?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. That's probably our biggest use.
And I also appreciate the comments of colleagues with regard to some of the not extraneous, but new funding sources like cannabis. I think, scholarship programs would be one area to be mindful of as well. That's all.
Thank you. We are going to move to a break, but before I do, I just wanted so that we know which staff we need to keep around after the break. Do you all have more questions on this section?
Yeah.
You have a few more?
Yeah.
Of this budget work session?
Wait, questions for this work session?
Yes. Okay. All right. Welcome back, Rockville. We are still on March 18th, 2024, Mayor and Council meeting 6-24. We are in the middle of our budget work session, and we will re-begin a discussion on fees, revenues, and taxes. So, colleagues, do you have any other questions? We had a nice, robust discussion on some of the fees and revenue sources. All right, so I'm seeing Councilmember Fulton, Councilmember Van Grack, Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Jackson. Everybody. All right, go ahead.
I'll go fast. Earlier we had a conversation about red light cameras and Vision Zero funding, and I'm curious, you all answered my questions earlier, but I wanted to raise for the group. When I look at the traffic fines and citations, the fees for red light cameras and speed cameras hasn't changed in 20 years. Not even like inflation adjustments, which seems interesting to me given like our Vision Zero commitments. Like you'd think that would be an area that we would want to have meaningful impact. I am told that that is set by the state and we don't have control over it. So I get that, but I'm wondering if, I don't know, maybe Ms. Moran has an answer. Has there ever been movement? Have we heard anything, or is there anything we can do to look at that? 20 years seems like a really long time to me.
I will just add for Ms. Moran while she's getting set up and mic turned on, things related to automatic enforcement have a really, really hard time at the state legislature for whatever reason.
Years.
I know. Ms. Moran, welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fulton. That's a great question. I think it's a very interesting concept to think about. Historically, at the General Assembly, there has been resistance to fees as they relate to speed cameras and red light cameras. However, you make a really good point. Times are changing. Rockville has a very robust, strong Vision Zero program. The state's got a Vision Zero program. So the city could certainly try, and one avenue that the city could pursue if the mayor and council are interested and support it is that every year the Maryland Municipal League has a legislative action request process. So after the session's over in the summer, councils can select up to 3 priorities to send to the league, and then they vet it and consider it with their legislative action committee, and they get presented to the board. So this might be one that the mayor and council may want to try to see if there'd be a willingness for MML to take this on as a potential state legislative priority for 2025.
I appreciate that. I mean, it's not, I realize we can't make any changes for this budget year, but it was so noticeable to me that I thought we should flag it and maybe have future conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Fulton. I was also going to note that in the testimony before the state legislator, we, as Rockville, supported legislation on having SHA maintain sidewalks along state highway roads, and there was some commentary and pushback by SHA because they were worried about the funding. So maybe we can make the tie for them that they can do more on state highways if they have maybe tied this fund. So I think that's a great suggestion. The other issue is that you cannot put cameras anywhere other than near school. Some of the cameras. So I know that is that speeding cameras or red light cameras?
That's based on the speed limit.
But there's a school requirement that there's limited places where you can put it as well.
Speed cameras are school zones in residential areas.
Right.
Specific.
So you couldn't put it all up and down 355. You're limited. Yeah.
No, they would be prohibited.
Right.
It would be very prohibited.
I think that's another question. And then since you are here, thank you for coming to the table and to piggyback on Councilmember Fulton's line of questioning. I know we got a new contract and that there were some cameras that were not working properly, but now there's a performance requirement for the contractor to make sure they're functional.
That's correct. Our old automated traffic enforcement red light cameras and speed cameras were old technology. That's all been changed, all of our speed cameras and our red light cameras. So they have all been changed, and we do have performance requirements. If they are down for a certain amount of time, they have to be repaired, and then there is a fine per day. So there's performance requirements in the contract.
I appreciate that, and that was a budget issue for us in a previous fiscal year. So thank you for making that adjustment. And when you looked at the new contract, I know that there was discussion previously about trying to see if you might need more cameras. Right now, it was just replacement of existing, correct? So what's going on with your thinking on the number we need?
We have that's predicated, each camera costs roughly around $3,100 per camera, and that's per month, so they have to be put in places that have a need. We can add cameras to our current contract. Before we couldn't, now we can. So based on, approved site locations, when it comes, we just can't approve those site locations. They have to go through SHA, unless they are, unless they are Rockville City streets. But if it's a state road or anything else, it has to go through SHA for approval.
Do we have an annual process that looks at where crashes are occurring and where the police think that, and with DPW think there are maybe dangerous locations that we should be analyzing on an annual basis? Where
we do look at our high traffic collision areas.
We don't get the revenue from like the new speed camera on Veers Mill, or do we?
Oh yes,
we do.
Yes, we get all of our speed cameras. We get, and red light cameras. We get revenues. We don't get revenue for an officer writing a paper ticket and a paper stop. That goes to the state.
That makes sense. I thank you for that aside. Did our budget projections include something like that speed camera, because that revenue may be perhaps different than on a city street? I'm just wondering not that we want to rely on this because it should be a tool for behavior change, but I'm just wondering if the addition of that kind of camera plays a part into like budget projections.
Number one, and I appreciate your question, the number one priority for all of the automated traffic enforcement is the change of behavior. And that's always what you have to look at. So it's always to change behavior and a force multiplier for us, places that we can't be.
Well, and given that what the county pulling out, I'm just questioning, do we need to look sooner at not having to, having a live officer is always great, but are there places that you think that we need to look at cameras?
We have looked at different areas. We have 17 cameras now. We have 10 red light cameras. We have 6 fixed locations. We have 10 portable locations. We call it portable camera locations that we can move into pre-approved. We have roughly about 100 site locations that are pre-approved throughout the entire city, that we can move those cameras right now, when we have to, on high volume locations and high volumes where we have behavior that needs to be adjusted.
So right now, you feel like the level we have is sufficient?
I would say we always look at it. We always look at the number of cameras we are. Each camera comes with a cost, though. So it comes with an actual cost. So we have to do an analysis. There has to be an analysis on every location if we're going to add new locations. Adding additional cameras is a tool we could always use, but we have the ability and the flexibility in our contract to do so.
I would just see if perhaps city manager's office can come back to us with more information if the data warrants something different than what we currently have in terms of addition.
Certainly.
I don't know what others feel about that. Are you good? Okay. All right. I'm seeing shaking heads. All right. I think Councilmember Shaw, Van Grack, why don't we just go down the line? How about that? Councilmember Van Grack.
All right, I've got two questions, and the first one, I might need Ms. Moran here.
Oh, okay.
So, but at first, I just want to clarify something with the Office of Finance. And I think I asked this question over email, and I want to clarify. With regards to the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department and fire services in the city, am I correct to understand that we're receiving zero tax duplication money from the state, from the county related to fire and EMS services?
That is correct.
Okay.
The city itself does not provide fire and EMS services. That is a county function. The Rockville Volunteer Fire Department is a nonprofit, legally separate entity from the city.
So then I guess the question comes to Ms. Moran. I mean, we heard from today in the budget hearing with regard to members of the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department, and they talked about the need for funding. And the city has, in the past, provided significant funding sources, and they're being sought to have significant funding sources from the city for the services that are being provided to the city jurisdictional areas from the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department. Has there been a discussion with the county with regard to the duplication services that the Rockville residents are providing through the city support of the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department?
Can I just ask, I wanted to just clarify some things. So the tax duplication only works when people are paying taxes to the county and the city's also providing that service. And so those are the only areas where the city gets tax duplication reimbursement. That we were able to get and negotiate an increase in that amount significantly. I think it used to be around $2.5 million, and now we're bordering the $8 million mark. Primarily, that's for transportation and police services, and then some jurisdictions who charge a park fee get for park. But since the city does not provide fire services, the county is the kind of has jurisdiction and funds the fire department. With that said, I know as we talk about future discussions and community organization grants, I know that's going to come in the next budget session. I think some of us have signaled an interest in supporting them anyway, but that's not necessarily related to tax duplication.
Well,
it's just us.
No, but again, I understand that the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department is not a city entity. I am asking whether there's been a discussion with the county over the fact that I know it's not a city-provided services, but there is city funds that have been used to support the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department, which in turn allows the county to supply less county fire and EMS services to the city for that reason. And again, I know it's a different issue. I'm saying I would like to potentially discuss with the county the fact that the county is actually having less services or surrounding Rockville due to the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department, which is not fully funded, but seeking funding and has traditionally got funding from the city of Rockville. That's kind of the question, whether that can be part of a discussion in the future with the county.
And the state law does not provide for voluntary contributions by a municipality to something like that, requiring a reimbursement to it. And the county their response might be, don't provide the money to them. It's an optional thing. You're doing this because you want to, not because you provide services. And so they will not, and they're not required by state law to reimburse us based upon that voluntary contribution.
Can I just also pull the thread on that? I think even still, as we advocate to the county on their budget, I think it's fair game to say, you know, Rockville Volunteer Fire Department needs more support in your budget. It's not related to duplication, but this is something that our city, our residents need, and there's clearly more need than they're getting.
Absolutely.
Well, and not just that, but to compound that, the county's services are less needed in Rockville because of the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department.
Absolutely.
And is it possible to see, they do provide some level of support. I would love to know, just to look in the budget, how much money they're giving to the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department, if any
We
at
can
all.
look that up.
Can you circulate that to the council?
Sure, well, I'll check into that and then circulate it to the council, and perhaps that becomes part of the mayor and council's advocacy at the April 8th.
Right, that's what I was
operating
just
hearing.
gonna say,
That
let's add it
theme
to
could
the
be
budget
woven in
testimony.
Yeah.
To the statement.
Again, it's an argument why we deserve, and the residents of Rockville essentially deserve money from the Montgomery County.
Yeah, so if you could get us the information, I do certainly think that we should weave that in. I would also just note, since we're talking about testimony, I did testify to the county, to the Board of Education, but there are significant cuts potential for some of the area high schools that would really concern, like Wooten High School, Twinbrook Elementary, that are at risk in the current proposed budget. So since we're talking about things to add to the testimony, I would just raise that.
Just one point of clarification, so the testimony in the 8th is for the county's operating budget, and the school's
Right.
issue were the CIP. But that's something that we will monitor throughout the course of the county budget process, and we hope that there will not be any cuts to the mayor and council's priority
exactly.
projects.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
And the only, my second question actually to Mr. Barker, I know that over the weekend during our strategic planning session, we talked about opportunities to streamline permitting processes and streamline development. And I know we're looking at income here and revenue for the city, and I was just wondering from a general perspective, if the mayor and council does work to streamline some of the permitting processes, some of the processes of development, does that in turn benefit the city because there's either a line of permits or how the process would work for potential future income streams for the city?
What you're saying is that providing kind of more streamlined services that we could generate more revenue from fees? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I guess I'm just generally looking at, the process that the city has, whether there's either a line of folks or whether there's a potential not only benefit to the city, but also through both the permitting piece and development, there could be a revenue stream through our own kind of streamlining our processes.
Yeah, I mean, if we could attract more development quicker and process quicker, we could generate more revenue. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
If more people want to do business in the city, to your point, that would help bring in more revenue,
fees,
right?
yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Can I also add, because I asked this question on just this topic, if more people our fee schedule, forget our processes, how does that compare to neighboring jurisdictions? And are we disincentivizing in some way by being more expensive? I got a great answer, but I wanted to give you a chance to talk about the benchmarking we did there and whether we're more or less or expensive than other places that people might go.
Yeah, Kristen Wolf did extensive research on that. He can address some of the questions.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. So leading into FY24, we did a limited comparison. I say limited because a comprehensive fee study would look at much more expansive data sets than we did. We looked at several permits that were actually applied for and issued within the city and essentially compared what those costs would be in 7 surrounding municipalities. The overall result of that was generally, I believe the average, and this is a little over a year now, I reviewed it, but I might not be 100% accurate, but we were about 20% lower on average in our permitting fees than the municipalities we compared to. If you look at only municipalities that are within a 15 to 20 mile radius of DC, that number goes up substantially. When we proposed updates to the fee schedule leading into FY24, those were to essentially right-size our fees and bring us more in line with our neighboring jurisdictions. But as the example I provided earlier showed, even in some cases, we are still charging less than several of those surrounding jurisdictions. And our department looks different. Our process looks different, so it is a bit apples to oranges, but overall, I believe where we're at is still very competitive, and there's still a lot of room to expand that, and to Councilmember Van Grack's point, maybe institute some more streamlined processes as well.
Thank you. We did talk a lot on our retreat about ways to streamline a lot of things, and I know that that is something that the city manager's office will come back to us over time to see how we can be supportive to make sure things go well. On the comment on, since we're on the topic of permit fees, did we keep our expedited permit fee? I just want to make sure we haven't done away with the program. I know that we are
The fee is still there,
reevaluating
correct?
that.
Yes, we have not removed the fee. Just at present, we do not have staff capacity to meet the deadlines associated with that.
And that is something that I know we're going to talk about operating in the future, but I think this mayor and council's goal is to get to the point where we can get that done. I'm seeing shaking heads. I just hope that this proposed budget gets us to that, and if it doesn't, we would like to know.
Yes, and
I want to second that.
Third.
I believe our goals are very much aligned there.
And we do want to make sure that we come back with a broader look at what that means, because the expedited fee that was put in was a little bit targeted. So we think when we get our staffing back up and we start looking at this, we want to look at what it should be. A new expedited fee should be, not exactly modeling it necessarily on what we had before.
Also, I think the mayor was also talking about staffing too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she was more
Staffing
yeah.
fee, just get us back, get the program back up, and let us know when that's possible. That's something I think all of us are really interested in, making sure that we
Yeah.
have staff capacity and that the fee recovers.
Right.
the
My
cost.
my point is the program might be different.
Yeah, we might expand the program, for example.
Correct. And
Yes.
it might look different. It might
Yeah.
look different. It might apply to different things.
Right. I think this body, from hearing the comments and reading the emails, is very supportive of that. The only other thing I would note, and it might be good to look at some models, at a conference I went to, I remember the city of Salisbury did some interesting work where they were trying to incentivize housing in certain places that, like, where there's a lot of one-level things. They did it, like, if you do this by this time in this area, they had a kind of a fee plan, if you will. So there are models to look at as to how do we support a comprehensive plan, to get what we want to see. So I just want to say, please share those kinds of things with us. We are interested.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may, as I referenced on Saturday, the biggest gain is going to be in the early entitlement of development versus the permitting. We can gain some time on permitting through the review, but the biggest thing is what we talked about Saturday, of coming back to you with some of those processes earlier on that would save months out of the process. So we'll most definitely come back to that.
Thank you. And can you also just look at models of other cities that
Yes.
are, okay, that
Yeah.
would be very helpful. Thank you. Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Grack, are you done?
Yes, yeah.
Councilmember Shaw.
I might have a couple others, but let's move down the line.
So I had a few questions on rental licensing fees. One, is there any, can you confirm if there's any provisions to prevent the increase in that fee? Because I think it's going from $100 per unit to $150 per unit. Are there any provisions to prevent that increase to be passed down to the tenant?
No, we don't have any control over that, and I'm not sure how we can gain that control. So it's just up to the people that pay the fee and whether they want to pass it on. I think it's $4 and something a month.
I'm just trying to put this in context because I know there's just an overall increase in rent and there's no regulations on fees just in general to tenants. So I just wanted to ask about that. And then is this fee competitive in comparison to like other jurisdictions?
We looked at Gettysburg and Tacoma Park. They charge around $130 per multifamily unit. So this is somewhat comparable, a little bit higher, but it's like Chris said, it's hard to compare, their process with our process and what we review and our expenses.
And then my other question is, are for the multifamily rental units, is there exemption if it's like public housing or faith-based housing or are there any exemptions for that, for these units?
I'm not aware of any.
And then the other question is, I noticed for the single unit rental license, the landlord pays every 2 years, and for the multifamily rental unit, it's almost double. And then the multifamily rental license is every year. Could you just share why there's a difference in when they pay?
I'm going to have to come back to you on that, or I'll have to do some research to answer that question if that's all right.
And
can I just follow you on that one note? Sorry, Mr. Barker. I think with multifamily, you don't have them do licenses on the entire property, but it's 20% per year. Is that still the case?
Yes, still the case.
So it's not the whole property.
It's not the full property. It's only 1/5 of the units.
1/5 of the So the goal is to get to the whole building in every 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Shaw.
No, I was just asking that because I know, like in Montgomery County, a tenant, it's required to give a tenant a 2-year lease to initially offer them a 2-year lease. In Rockville, it's any time. And so recognizing that this increase could transition to the tenant, there's probably some less stability there. So yeah, it would be good just to have some more information.
We can get that to you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm up.
Councilmember Jackson.
No, thank you for this presentation and for this discussion tonight. It's been really helpful. The benefit of going last is that many of my questions have already been asked, both by Council Member Fulton, who asked a great question on their red light cameras. I think we got an answer. I want to follow up on something that Councilmember Shaw was talking about, and the multifamily rental lease and the rental category in general. We have not increased that fee, the multifamily fee, since 2009.
Correct.
So what is the emphasis now when renters are facing large rent increases due to COVID and other factors?
Well, last year we raised the single family fee, and unfortunately this was overlooked during that time, and so it was to bring the multifamily fee closer to an increase that we did for the single family fee. So that was one of the reasons we brought it up this year, because we didn't do it last year. And also, like you said, it's been 15 years since it's been increased, and so we wanted to at least move it closer to what the costs were so that there could be some cost recovery versus subsidizing that.
Okay. Now, what is meant by rental citation fees?
That's when we guess have to go back and re-inspect the unit when there's issues there of citations that they haven't cured. Have to go back and
Who would be issued a rental citation fee? Would be normally the
that would be the
landlord?
owner.
So my question is, that has not been changed, the fee, since 2009.
Right.
Now, it seems to me, I mean, that fee is ripe for changing and being increased. If we want to go after landlords who have
Right.
problems, basically. So, I mean, I would encourage us to look at a fee increase there. The other question that I really want to drill down on is kind of related to the trees. We have a tree removal fee, I think, of $5. Is that right?
Right.
And why is it so low? And why has it not been changed since 2012? I mean, especially because of everything that we're doing under the Climate Action Plan, it seems a little bit low to me to have a tree removal fee be just at a low level like that.
Well, I mean, part of it is trying to get those trees that are not healthy to have them removed, of not charging it, more. It's only cost a lot of money to remove that tree already, so we didn't feel like that, charging a higher rate to do that might disincentivize the removal of the trees. And so that was one of the reasons.
No, I have a couple more questions.
To follow the thread before you go to your next topic, do we distinguish between removal of a healthy tree versus a dying tree? That might be just
that's
No, that's
yeah, it's pretty much the trees there are not healthy that get removed.
But there are trees that
hold
are
on.
healthy that get removed
Uh-huh.
too. So do those pay a higher tree removal fee?
So the trees that get removed, that we make sure they plant them back, but I'm not sure about what you're saying about.
If someone removes a healthy, mature tree, for example, we might consider changing the fee from someone who's trying to remove a
Yeah.
dying tree, just in line with my comments on my
And
colleague.
just to clarify, it's not, there's also in the code related to hazardous trees
Right.
in addition to dying trees. So, because we've got now 3 categories. There's the healthy that isn't hazardous or dangerous. There's a healthy that's hazardous, and then there's the dead or dying. Right?
Right. Mhm.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm John Foreman, Development Services Manager. I know just a little bit about this from working on this recently with some of our forestry staff. So this is not my area. And so if they're detailed tree questions, I'm going to punt because I don't know it. But I do know Mr. Barker is exactly correct. The idea with the low fee is to ensure that any trees that are maybe a safety risk primarily are taken care of. And we're not disincentivizing that. When a healthy tree is removed, if it meets certain criteria, it is required to be replaced. Bigger trees have more replacement requirement. It's not an additional fee. It has to be replaced, replanted. If that's not feasible, there could potentially be a fee in lieu. Now that's separate from the application fee. It's all the same application fee, just to be clear. But there are requirements when their healthy trees are removed for them to be replaced or paid a fee in lieu.
Is this primarily like larger developments? Sorry,
Councilmember Larry.
I'm sorry. It's getting late. Is this primarily, are we looking at this as an issue for like larger incoming developments versus single family homes? Like what, because I got to tell you, Chief can close his ears. We had 2 trees removed that were dying, and I don't think I ever knew that there was like a tree removal fee. Like, I'm like, I'm confessing, but I just think, you know, I'm trying to figure out like, when is this
For
utilized?
larger developments, this is typically handled through the development process. This
Okay.
is individual tree removal, so
This
you're
is
not doing anything else,
individual.
you're just taking out a tree. So it's HOAs or individual property owners that would typically do this. For large developments, it's
I'll pay my $10 then,
and there
because
is a
there's
tree
two
removal
trees, so.
That's a good point. So, the HOA, you mentioned the HOAs. So King Farm was removing trees, and they didn't even know that they had to contact the city or have a tree removal fee. So while it might be legitimate, I think the city could do a better job of informing HOAs and the like about the need to say that you're going to remove trees and do the fee, because I don't think right now people really generally know there's a whole process for that.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. And our forestry staff in the past has gone around to HOAs and kind of done introductions and gone over basics like that. But perhaps I think it's a good point you raised that we should do that again and do that more.
And so I had just one more question, and it was related to a fee that was not listed, and I just, maybe it was an oversight. And I think, Tim, you can probably answer if you know it. The community gardens, what is the fee associated with that, or fees associated with community gardens?
Everyone is different,
Like snowflakes.
just about literally. Paige, are you still here? You wanted, each of the community gardens has its own plan.
Thank you for the question. So I can only speak to the garden plots that the Civic Center manages. We manage the community garden program at Wooten's Mill Park. And for non-residents, it's $85 for the season per plot and $75 for residents per season per plot.
And who pays for the water?
The city,
So residents do.
yes.
King Farm program is run by the residents. Terry, the seniors. So I wasn't just being flippant, each one.
No, I figured you weren't. So thank you for that answer.
But in that case, the city is currently not paying for the water, right? Because they're using well water. Isn't that right?
For King Farm?
Right.
Yes.
Right. So there's a little bit of offset there.
But that's being changed with the water and sewer that's coming in.
So all the residents are paying for, their resident rates are factored in that we have free giveaway water, pretty much. Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I could, I've heard a lot of discussion about these development fees, and I just want to make sure we all understand that right now it's our goal to recover 100% of the fee. And we're not supposed to charge fees. We're supposed to charge fees on exactly what it costs the city to do the service that's underlying the fee. We do not have the liberty to just raise them, et cetera. And that's why the fee study is important, because our fees can be challenged, and they have been challenged in the city of Rockville since I've been here. Specifically, when Verizon did their build out in the city, they asked for our fee study, and they challenged our fees. And so they have to be justifiable, or else they won't stand up. We can lower them below what it costs us, but we cannot raise them above what it costs us to do the fee. The fees are not meant to be disincentives, et cetera. They're supposed to recover the city's cost.
With that said, to the comments of council members Shaw and Jackson, I do have a concern about, the higher fee per unit for rental units, because it will get passed on. And we know that, with inflation and all the things, that someone's got to recover the cost. It doesn't just grow on a tree, right?
Right.
So I do agree that if we're going to increase somewhere, then perhaps it's on the violation segment of things. Or even to be more in line with, I think we were slightly $10 or $20 higher than other jurisdictions, like bring it down closer to where the other jurisdictions are, because the cost will get passed on. Someone's got to pay for it.
Yeah, so what you will see at the end of this study is you will see a very legally defensible analysis of how much it costs the city to do each of these fees, so that they will make recommendations based upon that, and then I'll have to come to the mayor and council, and there may be occasions where you say that fee is too high because we're going to disincentive something, and you can elect to bring that fee down, but you really shouldn't be electing to bring anything up because we don't have a justification for the extra work that would be involved in that. So that's what will transpire from this, and we'll have a very good analysis of what our fees are.
Are you asking us to increase the multifamily license fee, or asking us to approve anything on that front?
I think what Mr. Semino is suggesting is that the fee study that will be conducted during FY 2025 will be used to inform any future adjustments. The FY 25 proposed budget does include and incorporate revenues based on everything that you see in this fee summary, including but not limited to that increase in the multifamily fee.
Right. So what I'm saying is I think some of us are questioning that now.
Right.
I understand that. So any direction from this body to reduce that fee is a reduction in revenue, and that's important for us to understand because then we'll have to tackle it when we talk about operating expenses in future work sessions.
Would it be possible to get an estimate based on the number of violations and being on time with our multifamily reviews and somewhat of a history on the violations, that if we were to flip it and to bring the multifamily license fee more in line with the other jurisdiction, I think you said 130 or 120, and then the violations a bit more, because that does require time to go out. I just want to ask the question, does it help to offset the budget, but also get to the intent of what we're trying to do is not to pass on additional costs to renters?
So the only other thing I would just share for your consideration is that we don't right now know what other jurisdictions might be proposing for FY 2025. We know where everyone is right now. So when we reference that our neighboring jurisdictions have fees of $130 per unit, they could be proposing an increase to $140 or $150 in their FY 2025 budgets, and we don't know that, right? So we just know where we are now. But in terms of looking at what the fiscal impact would be of a reduction from what is proposed, staff can prepare estimates and share that.
I think that would be helpful. I mean, I think the rental market went through a period of instability because of COVID and inflation, and things are cooling off a bit now, but it's not quite cooled yet. So I just think it's helpful information for us to know because it does have an impact on, the ability to pay rent and also, or the landlord, as well.
You can provide that information.
I just want to confirm, does anyone else want that information? Okay. All right. You're seeing majority wants the information.
I think, Mayor, increasing the violations, they're very limited, and so you're not going to gain that much revenue from that compared to the number of multifamily units that we have inspections on. So just keep that in mind.
I guess I won't ask this answer now, but I would like to know how we are in terms of, are we up to date on multifamily? That's been a subject of discussion, given our staffing levels. Are we up to date? Because I do know that there have been, principals calling and others calling with quality of housing issues. So, and I know we only go to each of the units once every 5 years. So that might be good to know as well.
Sure, I can get that information to you.
Dr. Miles, I just want to make sure, did you have any other questions?
I'm good so far. I thank staff for getting back to me on their questions that I sent earlier last week after getting through 1,400 pages. But nothing as of yet that hasn't been discussed. I am interested in some of the discussions as was mentioned in terms of projected shortfalls from some of the money that we got in an email about and discussions about how to plug the gap. But I'm good so far. Thanks.
Any others for this work session? It's 10:39. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and all of the responses. You guys have been fantastic on getting back to us very, very quickly, and we really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Staff is going to transition, so there'll be a little bit of movement, but I did want to open up for agenda item 13, which is our mock and future agendas.
We're just going to sit in the same spot for now. It's that a work session is officially complete.
I'd prefer that.
This is free.
So the next agenda item, just as people are transitioning, we have another budget hearing and work session, as we discussed today. We also have the Wooten a cappella team coming. That'll be fun. And then consent agenda has several items. That is where we are for now. I do have a question for the city manager. For the future agendas, when do we get the next list of, I know you sent something, but should we also post that for the public, or a version so that they could see future agendas? I know you've done that in the past, but just, no? Okay, all right.
We
Just
have
want to
not
make sure.
done that in the past. That was for the mayor and council normally.
Okay.
I do have a point on 11A. 11A will not be on the agenda on the 8th, so that'll give you more time for the budget work session. And I have to get an update on 11B. So you see us ending at 11:15. That will help that time. Plus, we do expect a robust work session discussion because of the operating budget. So
We don't have 11A and B in our version. Can you tell us what
Yeah, we
those
do.
were? Oh, I don't have it.
I don't have it at the end of mine.
Segment 11,
Yeah, it's not showing my version. Can you share what they are?
11A is introduction, possible approval of art in public places implementation plan. And B is chapter 10.5 of the city code.
Okay, thank you very much.
11A is definitely not coming, and 11B may not be coming.
what is the timeliness issue on 11B?
Councilmember Van Graag.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yes.
Catchy.
But my apologies.
Yeah, I don't know that offhand. That's why I got to confer with the department. I've been told by the clerk that it's been moved, and I need to confirm that and get to the
When you
bottom.
say it's been moved, you mean the deadline for us to
No,
comply?
the agenda item has been moved off this date.
Okay, but we wouldn't be at risk of non-compliance.
We will make sure we are not.
Okay.
But I will get an answer to that question when I confirm. So we're hoping we're hoping these changes will free up some time, one, to maybe get done sooner, but work session number 2, we're expecting to perhaps get more questions because it's operating budget.
Right, any other changes proposed to the agenda for April 8th? Councilmember Valeri?
I was being good. I waited. No, I know that we brought this up at our retreat, but the idea that we all kind of talked about the consent agenda, how would that proceed to try to streamline those aspects of our agenda that are very consent agenda heavy?
Thank you for raising. So the city manager is sharing some memos, and I'll forward those along, and a potential. I know that there's some discussion on a potential motion if we choose
You asked
to
for
go in
some
that
help
direction.
with making a motion to the effect of what was discussed on Saturday, and I gave to the mayor some suggestion and some background information that she now has.
I think I got that about 5, so I haven't reviewed anything, and I'll forward it.
After 5 o'clock.
I won't hold you to it.
I
I
will
just
forward it
didn't
to
want
you
to.
guys.
I didn't want to lose that because I thought that was a really good idea. And then I did want to throw out there. I don't know if it would be for the next agenda, but we need to have a better resolution to our discussion from Saturday, and however we want to proceed forward with that strategic planning issue area prioritization. I don't know how we want to move forward, and I realize it's 11:15, but these are just a couple of things that I had on my future agenda.
With the removal of the agenda items, what time do you anticipate we'll be ending at on April 8th?
That's a 50-minute reduction. So instead of 11:15, subtract 50 minutes, so it would be, 35, 10:25, 10:30?
Okay, maybe it's something where we want to start early, but can you share, I know that I asked you the question about next steps from the strategic planning session. I think you had mentioned, can you just share with the body what you're thinking of?
That's what I was just trying to confer with Deputy City Manager.
You may
not
need
Chief
to go back, because I know you have your senior staff meeting tomorrow, so you may not have had a chance to talk.
But the next step is to get the notes of the meeting transcribed into the body so that we can all refresh our memories. And I don't think we can do any work until we get that back to us. And she hasn't given us a promised date, but Barack is saying.
Once we get there, we'll send that to you all, and then we'll definitely work to find a special date to finish the conversation from Saturday. So as soon as we get that from her, we'll transmit that to you all, and then we'll start working on what's the date that works for you all for us to finish that conversation.
No, I appreciate that. I wasn't trying to put anybody on the spot. I'm just thinking through some of these administrative process things, and sometimes when it's like, oh, we're losing things on the agenda, well, we definitely still have things we need to get done. So.
There might be an opportunity to put the proclamations up.
We
and that's something we wanted to talk about. I'm sure Councilmember Kate Fulton would fully support that. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I understand the steps you laid out, but it takes a long time to schedule time. So we know we're going to need to have another conversation, and we know that at least part of that conversation needs to happen before May, and be resolved. So I would be in favor of finding time as soon as possible. Since I'm talking, I will say I don't know when the right time is. I would to talk about proclamations and recognition in that administrative bucket of things. I believe we could do it rather quickly. So if there's time on an upcoming agenda, I'd like to see it there.
Councilman Fulton, we activated a reserve meeting for May 13 as a placeholder, but if you find that as you go back tomorrow and talk with the senior staff, we do have a nice gap and we're out before 10:30, for example, we know we're trying to not go too far past 10:30, then maybe we can use April 8th for that, for the proclamation.
So your request then is to see if we can find time before that reserve meeting date on May 13th to slide some of these in. If we cannot, then your preference is to activate that reserve meeting date. Is that correct?
Yes, we talked on Saturday about activating May 13th and holding that, because we know there's going to be a number of administrative things that we have to get through, right? So let's proceed. And some of us are holding that already. We just proactively held it on our calendars, but we talked about working with staff to use that as a date. If on April 8th, there's time, based on when we have these things and we can get out before 10:30, if we can talk about the proclamations process, we're happy to slide that in. That's not a long piece that would take an hour. So just wanted to note that as a potential slide, and if you find that we're getting out before 10:30 on April 8th.
Yeah, we just don't see that. Even when we delete those other two things,
Okay.
we're on 10:35 or 10:30.
Okay, all right. And then after the senior staff meeting tomorrow, we will need to do a doodle poll to see when we can meet on the strategic planning priorities. Because I know that there's a lot of discussion about this, but we do need to make sure that we have our priorities in line so that you can adjust the budget document, right? And
The budget document can go with the existing,
the existing priorities.
Yes.
Okay,
With
that's
the
fine.
existing, if that's what the mayor and council wants. If you want to push forward to get it done in time for that May date so that we can change those, we can certainly try to also, but we're going to have to schedule something in April to make that happen.
I have at least one council member who wants to see the budget document updated with the new priorities. I'm going to just look down and see what people are thinking. Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Van Grack.
I just want to clarify. I mean, there's one thing about putting some priorities on the budget document. There's another thing about actually adjusting the budget, which sounds to me like a very different task. We're not talking about actually adjusting budget numbers based on that priorities, are we?
Not numbers, but if you look
No,
at,
no, I
yeah, I
know.
was just going to say, if you look at almost every item, every KPI, for example, it's tied to, like, I'm just pulling up one, page 177. It has the goal and it has a critical success factor. So that's why I know that just in terms of the budget document, they're going to need to either go one way or another, include it with our new budget priorities, or figure out if we can't get it done in time, they have to figure out something to include there.
So, do I have a suggestion as to when you want us to send the doodle out for? Are we talking a weekend? Are we talking another weeknight other than Monday? I hate to pin you down, but we know this is a difficult time here.
I know for me, Holy Week is out, so we talked about that. But I'm flexible any other time. Any other comments on just? I know you have other comments, but just on timing. Dr. Miles.
Oh, I apologize. I had other mock agenda on the business items. I'll hold for now.
Okay. Guys, another Monday night, any other day of the week, can we commit to just giving feedback to Mr. Semino? I know that you may not be able to respond right now, but.
Yeah. I mean, happy to see if there's a time that we can fill it in.
Yeah, I mean, general evenings work best, and I can do basically any evening of the week.
We will give a smattering of weekdays and Saturdays to try to cover the gamut then. Is that correct?
And I think it's important to note that most, oh, sorry.
Councilmember Kate, I want to speak next. Councilmember Fulton. Councilmember Fulton, that's getting late.
So, yes, I think we should do a doodle and see when we can make time as soon as we can. But I wanted to clarify at least where I'm coming from on the urgency with respect to what the mayor said. What we need to do in a short timeline from my perspective is come up with something that frames the budget other than the critical success factors that are currently there because they're not ours. So the question is whether we need to come up with what more you need from us to appropriately frame the budget that is not those existing critical success factors. That's the urgent, timely thing we need to do. We also need to do all the other stuff.
And to speak to that point, I also want to respect that because it's embedded in almost every page of the document. What is your deadline? It's almost on this whole section of all the operating departments. It's tied in everywhere. So
we are scheduling budget adoption for May 6th. If we have that information back from the body by May 6th, then we will work vigorously to get that all pulled in and incorporated throughout the document prior to the July 1 release of the final adopted budget.
Okay.
What she's basically saying is you can give us the direction to do it, and we can make the changes throughout the document. They don't have to be made on May 6th.
Thank you. All right, so let's say by Wednesday we'll have a poll out. Okay. Is that fair? Okay, thank you. And I will say, just for the listening public, if they're confused about what we're talking about.
I am too. No.
If you go to page 12, page 13 of the budget document, it talks about critical success factors that were from the previous mayor and council. I will also give kudos to staff to note that they talked about some of our priorities in the narrative, so at least that some of that is captured here. So thank you for doing that. And then we'll get a revised time. All right, so Councilmember Miles, you had something related to future agendas.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. It was just following up a couple other items that were discussed at this past weekend's retreat. One was already mentioned in terms of the proclamations. I appreciate y'all bringing that up. Another one, and perhaps this is, we briefly mentioned entertaining or thinking about a code of conduct.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to see if that's something that we could also potentially tag on to whatever time date that we have for the proclamation review, if they're still interested in that.
Thank you, Councilmember Miles. I have an interest in that. I don't think we could tie that in with the proclamation review because I think that's going to take more time. And I believe staff is starting out with the staff code of conduct, right?
The staff is not actively working on a code of
So
conduct.
it's not,
now.
you're not doing it yet. But I just want to give them, know that we have, I think I heard from all of us that there's interest. We'd like to get a sense from you of when that timing could come, and that would be collaboration with the city attorney's office, I would imagine.
I would say
Jackson.
we aren't all interested.
Not all interested,
yeah,
okay.
no.
Okay, not all interested.
And the code, and I just want to be clear, the code of conduct I'm referring to is specifically regarding mayor and council and how we interact, essentially how we police each other. That tail end conversation from the retreat. So I just want to be clear on that point.
And I think just to note, Gaithersburg has one. There are other municipalities that have some models. Perhaps, why don't we start here, just so that the full body can see what other jurisdictions have? Is it
That's fair.
possible to send us 2 or 3 examples of what other jurisdictions have, and then we can come back to another discussion on this topic? Is that fair? Okay. Councilman Valeri.
I just want to put a plug in for Councilmember Jackson and anyone else is like, why are we even discussing this? It does have overlap with ethics that are outside of financial impropriety. I think that I would definitely say that I like the city of Gaithersburg a lot. So in the interim, and they have a website that's quite easy to navigate. You can find it pretty easily. And I would just put a plug in for that our colleagues in Gaithersburg have found some good language, I think.
Thank you. So just to clarify, can we get is it okay that staff sends us some examples to consider for future discussion? Okay. And then one other, you have something related to this?
Well, related to this, because
yes, please, go ahead.
Commenting in response to what Councilman Valeri said, code of conduct, as I understand it, deals with our interactions with each other and staff. But there was also a discussion with regard to revamping the code of ethics, which you just mentioned, dealing with more issues than just a direct financial conflict. So I figure if we're going to be addressing the conduct of the council, I think addressing the ethics of the council is appropriate to be done either concurrently or in the same context.
Thank you. I also have some awareness, and city attorneys, please feel free to correct me, but I believe that there have been some updates at the state level that needs to be scrubbed or added into our code. Is that correct? So that is something that I know that the city attorney's office is looking at. And then if you could just let us know what timing you're thinking about that, we might have some other edits in addition to what the state code requires us to do.
Well, again, the state code is sort of the bare minimum, so the body is always welcome to have a more stringent code of ethics. So what we're doing is just updating to make sure we meet the what's required by the state. But I don't know if that will get the body where it wants to go if you want to really overhaul your code of ethics.
I think it hasn't been updated in a very, very long time. I believe it's more than 20 years, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
Well, it's updated every few years whenever the state comes out with theirs, updates.
But not us.
But in terms of an overhaul, it's been years.
Okay. And similar to the code of conduct, is it possible to get some stellar examples of codes of ethics that you think are worth us looking at?
I can have my staff look into it, but we're
Okay.
short one person, so we're pretty
Understood. So this is not like rush for tomorrow. I know we're in budget season, so I want to be reasonable in terms of staff expectations, but know that this is something we're interested in exploring. Some of us are interested in.
Well,
Councilman Jackson, go ahead, clarify.
So I should just clarify. I'm not uninterested in pursuing a code of conduct or a code of ethics, but I've traveled down this road before on other boards that I've been on, and it was done with the best of intentions, but it was weaponized against us. So that's why I'm approaching it with a caution and I'm maybe a lack of enthusiasm about it, because I've seen what good intentions can cause.
I appreciate that, and I think that we should look at the what ifs and worst case scenarios. I also know that, there are some jurisdictions where there were some behaviors on council that were, engaged in some kind of illegal activity. There was no way for someone to deal with that situation. There are situations where some councils had to deal with issues of sexual harassment, but there was no legal way to deal with those things. So this allows us to have a fresh look at, what are the scenarios that we need to be mindful of, and just to update our code, and just to look at it. We're not committing to it just yet.
Yeah, and I'm open-minded to whatever the body wants to do.
I know you've had experience, and we appreciate that. We want to hear it.
Yeah, for sure.
We want to hear it. Councilmember Pengrack.
Following up what Councilmember Jackson says, because, and this is going to be important for the city attorney, there's certain things that I think it's important for us from an ethical perspective and a perception that we need to deal with. But there's also sometimes going over the line and codifying morality that has a subjective opinion, and that's where we can get into trouble. So I've actually seen situations where you have boards of directors and other organizations that will codify subjective standards that can be used to weaponize. Fully agree. I think, at least from my perspective, I'd like to see objective criteria with regard to ethical standards and potentially codes of conduct to govern ourselves, if that potentially addresses your issue.
It does.
Thank you.
Thank you. The other thing I'd like to do when we do update our ethics is that there is a plan for training for mayor and council. I don't think there is a built-in training right now. As I mentioned at the retreat, I have done 3 ethics courses through the state level, but it doesn't necessarily speak to our code. So I think that would be something that is worthwhile exploring.
I've done ethics training here in the city of Rockville, so there was some previously.
Right. I have not done one for the city of Rockville per se. I've done 3 for the state, so I think it's worth it. Councilmember Larry.
Super on that same topic, were we required to do the Open Meetings Act training?
Yes.
Okay. I missed it. I've done it so many times that I feel like I could test out at this point, but I was like, did I miss this? Because that was the other component.
Yeah, boards and commissions and mayor and council are required to do the Open Meetings Act training. So if anyone hasn't, no need to say your names. Please turn it into city clerk.
No, say your name, because I've just gotten myself in trouble, and I owe the city $10 for 2 trees. I took that.
They usually do that at Open Meetings Act training at the MML conference also.
Oh yeah, that
That's
would have
right.
been nice.
And on that note, well, I'll raise it under old new business, but Councilmember Fulton, go ahead. You had your hand raised.
Did I? I'm good.
You're good now. Okay. Anything else under future agendas? Okay. All right. Old new business. I will just raise something. I cannot make a motion to this effect, but I'll raise it for my colleagues. We just got some great grants and earmarks, and we want to send thank you letters. So we have some drafts from the city attorney's office. I want to say thank you for the drafts. And I just want to see if my colleagues would approve us finalizing that draft. I'm happy to help edit and take a final look. But Councilmember Van
I would
Grack.
just note with an amendment. I noticed that in the drafts that were sent, the signature blocks were extremely small, so you couldn't even read any names.
There's a couple tweaks. I'm happy to help work with the team to edit, but I do need a motion to approve and the authority to do that.
Oh, I would absolutely move that we send a letter to our congressional delegation with regard to an extreme and highlighted thank you for what they've done in allowing us to get some additional funds.
Second that.
And does that include authority for me to help edit? Or
It does. It does include the authority to have the mayor and the city manager work on any edits to make it appear as wonderfully and thankful as possible.
I'll second that friendly amendment, and I'll also say I believe, and I have to double check with RPAC folks, they might be also sending a separate thank you for the advocacy on the transportation specific grants. It's just another voice of appreciation.
That is the letters that we have drafted. The earmarks, we are waiting for the next round to go through so we can send enormous thank you letters on them too to make sure we catch them all, because we're positive that we're going to receive some. We're very hopeful that we'll receive some more.
And I will just note at the National League of Cities event, which several council members and I attended, we did go and thank the Department of Transportation directly as well.
I see. I hit them before. I would have thanked them, but
I did.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And if they need to be like big, like those giant checks to make them, I'm totally fine with that.
So yes. So the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
All right. We're at 11:04. Is there anything else?
I have a super quick thing.
Councilmember Valeri.
I'm sorry. But it came up during community forum, and I wanted to address it. And I know that it's something that we've heard about before. I would like to put forward for consideration to my colleagues exploring an ordinance that would ban the sale, planting of invasive species, particularly ones that are destructive of mature trees, English ivy and non-native bamboo as well, that is not necessarily as destructive of trees per se, but pushes out a lot of our native species. And I just wanted to throw that out there for consideration by my colleagues.
Thank you. Can I also just ask a quick question on that? And then I see Councilman Van Grack, I see your hand. There are a number of other, I don't have the name handy. Councilman Van Grack and I were talking about this last week. There is another kind of tree or planting that goes 9 feet down into the ground. That's what has been a big area of concern for the city. So maybe it's just helping us get smart on, working with our department experts on this topic of what we should be considering. Councilman Van Grack.
I was going to add, I know that the forestry staff has done a nice job with regard to some restrictions with regard to permits, but I would also second and agree with what Councilman Valera is saying, because I think this invasive species problem is something that's significant and that we need to address in Rockville. Now, the mechanics of it, I think, are very critical, both in the specific type of species, how we're addressing with regard to private land, public land, and forest conservation easements, and which types of plants, whether we're talking trees, whether we're talking vines, whether we're talking bushes and grasses. But I think this is a larger discussion that I think is important for the city to address, and potentially much more than just an old new business. But I would support some type of endeavor in working with staff to talk about it.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Councilmember Jackson, and then Councilmember Valeri, and then Councilmember Shaw.
So the only thing I would say, I think this is a wonderful idea, actually, maybe we shouldn't just look at penalties or banning. Maybe we should also look at incentives for people to plant native plants or native trees. So as we're looking at this whole discussion, if there's going to be penalties or bans, we also ought to explore the other side of the equation.
Thank you. I think we'd like more information and suggestions. And the name, I believe, was Japanese knotweed.
Yeah. Well, and there's
that I was trying to
porcelain berry
remember.
too, that goes way far down.
Councilmember Shaw.
Yeah, that was my point. I would like to have a discussion on this. I support the idea, but I'd like
We need to learn more.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Do you feel like you have direction from us on this? Okay.
Madam Mayor.
So let me just let Deputy City Manager Barack Matite, you were going to say something, and then I see Councilman Valeri, and then Van Grack.
I just wanted to confer with the city manager, but
Oh, you good? Oh, let him talk first.
There's a sidebar.
so I was thinking, based on the discussion, how we add things to the agenda, where it goes as a work session before it comes to you all. So that's what I was thinking, that I need to confer with the city with the city manager to figure out how we can be able to accommodate the request, and then how do we plan with the staff resources that we have to bring
Yes.
such items before you all. That's what I want.
Yeah, and I think as we're talking, we're asking for initial information right now. We're not saying bring any resolutions to us.
Right.
And we also fully respect and understand, again, that we're in budget season. You guys have a lot going on. This is not a tomorrow thing. But if you could give us your best guidance on who are the experts, when could it come to us, and you might have recommendations on the scope of it. Is that
Will
fair?
do.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Valeri, and then Councilman Van Grack, and I'll just remind folks that we're at 11:08. I love partying with you all, but I just want to,
I swear I'm not trying to extend it, and especially Council Member Fulton's gonna, Anyway, I want to be real specific right now on English ivy and non-native bamboo for very particular reasons. One, Japanese knotweed is not sold within city boundaries. It's awful, but it's not sold. And I'm not looking at tree species, and I think the city, we can always improve upon it, but we have native plant sales, and our community gardens are great examples of ways that we can be more, cultivate more native plant species. I'm really just, and I totally, to Councilmember Jackson's point, I'm not usually punitive only, but when we look at the English ivy and non-native bamboo is sold and people plant it and they don't plant it in containers and it takes over spaces, it's springtime, we're in planting season, and it's just got me thinking. And then when and I forgot her name, and I have it written down somewhere else. When the community member came forward to talk about it, and all these discussions about trees and taking them down, it in my mind solidified a very particular need for these two extremely destructive plants that can be sold. And people buy them, and then it just continues the cycle. So I just wanted to explain a little bit of my thought process. I'm not being mean to English ivy and bamboo because I'm mean like that. I love plants, but I also know that we're losing a lot of plants in Rockville at a very high rate of speed because, like she said, people have planted English ivy and it's just tearing down trees.
Thank you. So you have some guidance on what we're interested in looking at. Thank you very much. Councilman Van Greg.
So I just want to add, because this actually is an area that I've done research at and my son's done research at. So let's discuss terminology to staff. There's really three areas. There's native plants, there's exotic plants, and there's invasive plants. The native plants are things that clearly can be here. They're part of it. The exotic plants are those that are not directly harmful to our environment, our ecosystems, and our potential neighbors. Then you have the invasive species. Those are the species that are exotic, but also potentially have significant harmful to our environment, to our neighbors, and to things. So I agree fully with what Councilmember Jackson was saying. There should be some significant benefit for those landowners, those homeowners, those HOAs that specifically work to make sure that they're actually planting native species and making sure that they're part of our ecosystem. That being said, there are certainly certain, and we have colleagues who said, invasive exotic species that are directly harmful to Rockville and neighbors. And so I think a combination of what Councilmember Valeri is saying, that there's certain potential either restrictions related to exotic invasive species, but to what Councilmember Jackson's saying, some incentives for those property owners, HOAs, landowners, conservation easement control owners that look to make sure that what they're doing is fully native.
We have staff that is very versed on this. Matter of fact,
Yes, I know. That's what I was going to say. Let's trust the experts.
I can personally tell you a story or two about fighting bamboo around one of our sewer manholes, and how many times it took us to get eradicated, et cetera. So I know we have staff that can articulate this and can give you some information to further this along.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I was going to say, let's trust the experts, but you've got some input from us on the areas that we're most interested in. All right.
That's all. That's all I have.
I will. Dr. Miles.
Quick, thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things brought up during community forum was advocacy around 270. Just wanted to get a status update. Recognizing in the past we've retained outside counsel. Are we still doing that?
So I'm hearing the question is if we have outside counsel. I would actually.
We still have outside counsel. It's
Yeah.
just there's nothing for them to do.
Yeah. Dr. Miles, I would also just note some of the information shared today was interesting, and it may be worth a probe to see were there things added that were not there a month ago. So that's, I guess, to add to your comment, I wonder if we could just see if there's anything that has been added recently that Rockville should be concerned about.
We will check to make sure. There was a promise made to both you and I standing in that room that they would get back to us and they would make sure we were engaged before the next step. So I'm going to take them at their word for now, but we will check to see what is out there around this.
And I've mentioned this before, but I've spoken to Lieutenant Governor. I was told Rockville would not be touched. If there's anything that's different than that, because of whatever evolution, I think it's worth just us knowing. Okay.
Will do.
Thank you. All right. I really enjoy you guys. It's been fun. But I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Everyone who wants to make a motion.
Yes.
I will take Councilmember Jackson and Councilmember Shaw. Thank you very much. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right.
I'm abstaining.
Thank you very much.
I'm officially abstaining.